are one of the teams at the international who prefer to take it slow, favoring late game hard carries.
दो गेम चल रहा है, लैग हो रहा है,
patient, and they will wait until the chance to make a comeback as needed with a reactionary playstyle. This is a team that very much fights together, and you know what? If one of their rivals gets a bit of a nice
हाथ मार के गिरा मत देना इस चीज को,
necessarily going to feel secure.
गाली पड़ेगा.
T1 are never going to be far away from catching up. How do you think T1 are looking particularly dangerous?
Yeah, I think they're looking good. I think they had a little bit of a road run ahead, but they've really caught up now.
All right, well, let's
oh,
meet their
kitab.
rivals. It's PSG LGD.
पहला टीआई में मतलब पहला पिछला का पिछला जो ओजी पहली बार जीता था उसमें ओजी लोग अपना ओपोनेंट को ट्रोल करने के तो जो A4 साइज शीट का जो पूरा बंडल रहता है 500 का बंडल लेके आया था
दिखाने के लिए कि ये बहुत सारा नॉलेज है हमारे पास.
International legacy.
असल में
he is a name who is synonymous with this competition, and on day one of the group stage, this team impressed with 4 one-sided wins in games against Quincy Crew and Team Spirit. One of their games lasted more than 30 one-sided wins in games. Were absolute barnstormers, and this Chinese squad has never once looked in jeopardy since arriving in Bucharest, Romania. So as they walk up the steps to their play booth, they're going to be getting very comfortable indeed, because they expect to be playing in it quite a few times.
तुम पहले पेपर से डरता था, लो भाई हम किताब लाए.
But let's find
फिर बोलेगा I read you like a book.
why these guys are so scary.
AA Blast is actually coming inside a pit. If that hits on multiple heroes, they should go in.
And there it is, coming down. Are they gonna make the move through?
You
gets in! How does he get away with that? Oh my! They could actually just commit for the roast with the
हम बता एक चीज, टीआई मैचेस में किसको दिखाना चाहिए पता है? वो एमएल प्लेयर को, एमएल प्लेयर को दिखाना. इतना सारा चीज होता है हमको खुद नहीं समझ में आता क्या हुआ और टीम का पूरा वाइप आउट हो जाता है.
Down and done with Shin Q, triple kill. An incredible fight there from the Earth Spirit. They want more blood as well, a massive fight for the Roast Pit. But Liquid, these are a lot of diebacks coming out. They're just feeding their life one after the other. But it's back into the fight as they got themselves the buybacks coming in from VG. They've got the Aegis on Ahmed, so killing off this Void twice is going to be a problem. With BKBB, Popeye, Ori, they'll go after this Void. They've got the Hex, they've got the Finger. Can they get the first life out of his hands? LSA, Infest, that's going to keep Ori alive.
Oh, वैसे तो जिंक्यू बहुत अच्छा.
को बात करने का मन नहीं है, एकदम सोच मैसेज कर देते हैं.
किसको? हाँ देखने बोलो तो सही.
हम इग्नोर करते हैं वो क्या क्या स्टोरी सब में मेरे को टैग करते रहता है और फिर शेयर भी करते रहता है.
देखो भैया वो शेयर करता है ना, आप कभी बनता है कि एक बार आप शेयर कर दो, इतना बार नहीं, एक बार ये शेयर कर दो बस कि ये चल रहा है. वो अगर वो देखा तो उसको समझ में आ जाए कितना स्पीड है इसमें. अर्ली गेम तो लेट मतलब बहुत स्लो होता है अर्ली गेम, उसके बाद जो टीम फाइट्स होता है वो तो बहुत फास्ट होता है अर्ली गेम. हम खुद वॉइड स्पिरिट खेलता है, हमको लगता है भाई मेरे स्क्रीन में क्या हो रहा है, इतना डैश डूश इतना. फिर एम्बर स्पिरिट भी वैसे ही है, डैश डूश इधर रेमनेंट उधर रेमनेंट. अरे भाई
विच का को समझ नहीं,
विच बेकार
लॉग आउट करके भी दिखा रहा है कि ऑफलाइन, लेकिन फिर रिफ्रेश किया तो ठीक हो गया.
चलो हम देख रहे हैं.
RTZ coming up next, and they've called it Evil Geniuses. They tap out PSG LGD. A clean ass 3-0 sweep. Without a doubt, the best team in the world right now.
Tsunami, is
Yes.
the man right? Are they the best team in the world right now?
I think they are. I think you'd be hard pressed to find a
Acha,
single
YouTube
argument
खुल गया.
against them. They take elements
Peach.
from every single region. It's not just they're the best in China. It's not just like they're the best at one aspect of, you know, drafting or team fighting or something. From top to bottom, they have all the boxes checked. And the only shortcoming I would have thought is that maybe, you know, when it comes to TI pressure, Ame is the most familiar, Xiaowei, Xiaoba behind him, obviously, but the rest of it, I think, as storied of an organization as LGD is, some of the players may be a little bit more unfamiliar, but
भैया stream चल रहा है आपका?
the Animator, plowing through all the way, beating
नहीं,
evil
Twitch
geniuses,
चल रहा है.
I think that they're the best team in
Twitch
the
में
world,
वही
but
issue
they'll still
था.
lose to Secret because
वही
that's what
बोला
my
ना, अभी
prediction
refresh
says.
किया तो
Well, I'm going to call Aoi right to his face. You once said, Ari, that they're the least
लेकिन हम
stereotypical
YouTube ही
Chinese
देख.
team playstyle-wise.
YouTube में ज़्यादा
gaming. So I want you to explain to me what you mean. and
ये
the
कि
sources.
crash नहीं होता
कोई
है
issue नहीं
YouTube.
होगा
Yeah, I
YouTube
do still
में.
stand by that. I think when you think of Chinese teams, you think of a slow, methodical style. Maybe
अब
waiting-
YouTube reliable हो गया. पता है पहले reliable नहीं
you
था.
think of the turtle
Streaming
from Bird
as a
to its
streaming
farm to
platform
it
उसको
has
कोई
all
नहीं
the
जानता
items ready
था.
to fight. LGD
मतलब
are
सिर्फ
online
videos
gaming.
के लिए.
They have the most innovative
अब YouTube में भी
drafts.
streaming है.
And also their playstyle is like some sweeping four-man with Ame waiting to his timing. They have like the legacy of wings in them. You can see how they play. They play off two lanes extremely well, play between those two lanes so they can get 5 people to fights. They set up for towers extremely well to the point where, I mean, they've also just been winning, so it's a bit of a skewed statistic. But I think they have the slowest towers being taken. Like no one kills their towers early. And yeah, no, they're just, it's as Tsunami said, they're just everything right now.
I think it makes sense too that they have a little bit of every region because they're literally famous in China for their insane work ethic, and we saw it at the Animator as well, where like the camera guys were like walking behind just doing like cool camera shots of the teams, and like these guys are winning and just in the replay like huddled around together talking about like what they did wrong while winning decisively. I mean, that is insane.
Yeah, I remember I was at a summit where Wings won, and you would have, they just won the tournament, and Y and Faith Beyond were watching the replay immediately after they won the entire tournament. It was the same at the Animator. Like, I feel like they would win a match, and Xiaowei would actually yell at them. Like, Fiction was like, why? You're too far up. You guys only won 40 kills to 2. It was a stop in 16 minutes. It should have been 15.
It's like, it feels stereotypical to say just because, like, I feel like every year the best teams just get better, and it makes sense. It's like every single year it's more competitive. We got DPC this year, but like this team seems like they could be the greatest team of all time, and they're just looking to prove it at TI basically.
Can we talk about Xinkyu as well? Because he has such an interesting story. He originally was a substitute for Faith Bian, and then he moved to position 4 from 3 when Mr. FB came back. And we can actually kind of see the legacy of that in game.
मेरे पास जिंक्यू का बहुत सारा कार्ड अभी तक यूज नहीं किए.
The off-lane roles between position 3 and 4.
कब ये सपोर्ट करेगा ठीक से जब हमको जिंक्यू का कार्ड यूज करना पड़ेगा.
Liquid's another team that does that a lot. Of course, would be great if Insania could speak to that, but he's not here this morning. But and maybe he wouldn't because it's But anyway, some of the best teams do that. I think over the years, as time has progressed, the role system that existed in Dota, which was very like rigid and structured before, has kind of broken down, and you see it in like even open AI, like the literal like robots that are like optimizing the game 100% in terms of like farming efficiency and stuff. They had the gyrocopter carry going and warding and stuff like that, because when a computer looks at it, it's like, well, yeah, this is the best thing to be happening at this period of time. And so the best teams are realizing that, like, okay, maybe the 4 position should be warding here. Maybe the 4 position is actually better with farm because it sets up for the 3 position to get more farm later. And it's a lot more complicated to figure that out, but as time progresses, we have a lot more stats on things. We've got all of these replays that we can look at. We've got DPC. We can see every region. There's Dota being played at all points. So I think it's just a natural thing as time progresses, and it doesn't surprise me that the team that we're arguing is like the best in the world does this a lot, where they're swapping roles constantly.
And Tsunami, this is a team that likes to play their matches and fight extremely fast. I mean, I said earlier, only one of their group stage matches went over 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what? We've seen that trip some of the teams up here. We've seen teams also going, okay, right, game number 3, we're going to have to take this slow. For LGD, is that their potential only Achilles heel, or actually is it one of their strengths?
It would be, if you hadn't been paying attention to Dota and you saw the average match lengths for both these teams, T1 is on the highest end right now, along with Fnatic, which are both Southeast Asian teams, and the Chinese teams are among the fastest. And for the longest time, there has been this paradigm where it's like, oh, Chinese Dota, very farm heavy, they just sit back and get last hits, get Medusa really farmed. That's not the case anymore. And it's also part of the reason why I think it is still just the tip of the iceberg for LGD, because they're winning fast, but it's not necessarily fast strategies. They're just good at the game, and they're getting everything that they need, that they're like, okay, let's just finish now. We don't have to, we checked all the boxes, let's just wrap this thing up. Whereas T1, historically, throughout their DPC, at least with Season 2, once they had this solid roster, has been more patient and more choreographed, where they're like, okay, we can sit back.
It's so funny too, because it's totally the opposite of like the crazy, you know, SEA pubs, like stereotype running around killing people. They're very patient, and I do think that they like fighting, and I do think that they fight a lot, but they're methodical about how they fight. I remember during ESL, when we were watching VP and T1, two teams who are absolutely incredible at team fighting, we were sitting there watching and being like, man, this is like a dance that's happening, because they'd be in and out, they'd be moving together, you know, there'd be some smoke wraparound, a Doom would press Doom on like the 2 targets that we are all looking, and it's like, hypothetically, these are the best 2 targets to go on. T1 would hit those 2 targets perfectly. It's like, how do they make this happen in every single game? And this you can never count T1 out, because they're so on the same page when it comes to team fighting.
But you were asking if it was an Achilles heel for LGD. Not against T1, because every single time these two teams have faced off, it has gone LGD's way. It went LGD's way in the group stage of Singapore. It went LGD's way in the winner's bracket final of the Ana Major. It went LGD's way in Dota Pit, and that was with a stand-in, and it went LGD's way in ESL Fall. So every single time these teams have faced up against each other, LGD has T1's number.
Well, we don't have time to talk about T1. Hopefully the
stress really
we will be talking about them later on as well, because of course this is a best of 3
वो अच्छा वो है भैया
describe T1's play
हाथ से sweat निकालता है वो है वो चीज
Explain yourself, please.
समझ रहे
Yeah, I think it's a lot to say about what Tsunami and Jenkins said. They like to play team fights very patiently. So I saw
sweat निकालता है ये
they
चीज
would always have all these long range spells. You poke your enemies, and then you'd have saves, because if your enemy keeps
है तो mouse sweaty हो जाता है ना
choose to commit on them.
तो उसके बाद
Because you have saves to back that up,
movement नहीं होता अच्छा से उसके लिए है शायद से शायद
example is at the Ana Major, they will play a lot of like Viper.
पहले भी देखे हम लेकिन हमको याद नहीं किसके लिए
They just have these combos that are really hard to play against. I think this tournament, like Wyvern, he has a super high win rate, but he's not the same hero. Same for Nyx. They found it with like some CM, some Treants, and I feel like they're back to their old form, because they looked a little bit lost after those shows got nerfed. I mean, they still had really good results, but not the same T1 we saw at Ana Major and that one ESL summer.
Not like 3rd place, 1st place T1. Yeah.
I think they're back this tournament. Like, I think they've won their last 8 matches, maybe 10 matches. I don't even know. They had like a rough start. They lost to some very good teams, and then they just steamrolled the rest of the group and made it into upper bracket.
So let's talk a bit also about the setup of T1 as well, because it's slightly different to LGD. I hope you'll agree with me, Tsunami, so I get to feel clever about myself for once.
I absolutely 100%.
Thank you. Well, I'll try and explain what I mean. Cuckoo, their captain, he's a position 3. That's quite rare. Normally it's the support who will be playing in that captain role and kind of calling the shots. I know people get to make their own decisions in this particular game, but he also is kind of selfish in terms of his farm priority.
Yeah, and I think inherently that comes from being a captain, that you have to well, I guess there are 2 different approaches, because sometimes some captains are very selfless, the classic position 6 style of Western supports who are like, hey, it's okay, you know, I'm just watching the minimap 90% of the time, I'm not going to worry about last hits. Cuckoo is like, I am the master, as he has so often said in his interviews. He is the master and the commander. And so once he knows what he needs to do, he can tell everyone else. Everyone falls in line. And as we spoke to LGD being more fluid with their roles, I do think that T1 are a little bit more rigid, where Whitemon and Zephyr do take more of a passenger seat while Cuckoo's driving.
100%, 100%. I actually think it's like a very personality type driven thing
Also
for
true.
Cuckoo. He's just like, I'm Cuckoo, I'm farming. And I also think with Whitemon and Zephyr on your team, there's a lot of space for that to happen. The game versus Thunder Predator, where Whitemon and Zephyr, they were Shadow Shaman with 2 levels in Ether Shock, so he's not really able to kill creeps that quickly. And then Undying, who's one of the worst creep killers in the game. These guys were cutting creep waves right in front of Thunder Predator's base, doubling them up, running them to creep camps together, and then nuking them down with Tombstone. And they kept their 3 greedy cores in the game alive to the point where they could, I think they actually got quite outdrafted in that game, and I think they would admit that, and they realized that, and that's why they were doing that. But Whitemon and Zephyr are 100% able to make space for their boys, and I think that's a big reason why Cuckoo gets so farmed. It's because Whitemon and Zephyr are so active just together in the early phase of the game.
And the other thing about T1, we know that LGD, you know, they work incredibly hard. They've obviously got a taskmaster, a kind taskmaster of the coach.
Sure.
I'm not saying that as a bad thing over on their side, but over on T1, they've kind of got the family feel going on, Aoi. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, and I think it's something they specifically cultivated. I think they played a match at ESL where they had some crazy comeback, and in an interview, they had just like gotten out of quarantine and gone to the same room. They said there's no way we would have won that match if we were not in the same room, because they feed off each other's energy. They also have March, who's a very lovable teddy bear type guy, you know, very comforting. He is a massage type of guy, by the way.
And you know from personal experience?
Yes, he's very nice.
Okay,
I like
I'm
him
gonna
when he
look him
touches me. Sorry. And I think that contributes to their playstyle. I like what Tsunami said a lot, actually, about how Cuckoo will take a bit of farm priority because he's a captain. I think if you're playing captain from a core role, you're making calls based on your own strength. And I think they've identified that about their team, and they always give the right person the setup in the game in order to make the right calls. I think this match in particular, it'll be all about Cuckoo's lane. Like, if Y and Ame can shut Cuckoo down, I think T1's potential is a lot lower.
Also because I think 23 Savage and Carl have been quite autopilot, and I mean that in a good way throughout this group stage. Carl, to me, has taken the crown.
ये 23 Savage, 24 Savage का बड़ा भाई पता है?
The best Southeast Asian mid, and for me, it was always a close contention between Abed, obviously,
24 Savage नहीं जानता rapper.
and then Yopaj recently emerged to me as a strong contender after Neon's run in
Dota player.
just like, you
24 Savage है rapper.
to make sure that he doesn't get comfort, and then even
Land
if
guy,
he's
actually.
not on his Doom, for example, which no one's
Jail
really
भी
playing
गया है.
anymore, he's still
वापस गया है.
very, very consistent. So Cuckoo doesn't need to worry about Carl at all. And then even for 23 Savage, I think he trusts his support duo enough that he's like, that lane is fine. I just need to worry about me.
The Doom is interesting because it's not something that other teams have really been able to replicate to the same degree of success. I remember, like, after Animator, there was a lot of teams trying to pick it, and it was going horribly. It was just feeding the lanes and never really coming online like, you know, like Carl would. And one interesting thing about these two teams, actually, is that Carl and Nothing to Say, I remember at the Animator distinctly, like, these two players were the ones that at least popularized the Dragonlance, Daedalus, Satanic, like, ranged hero mid, you know, Lina, Shadow Fiend, for example. And now that's the meta. So I kind of feel like, you know, you're saying, like, you know, Carl's in contention to be like the best mid in SEA. I kind of feel like it's because he set the meta. But it's cool that on the other side, it's like Nothing to Say. It's the same thing. It was both of these guys. Everybody else was doing all sorts of other crazy stuff. Remember, Void Spirit was a big thing going into Animator, and then these two were like, nope, we're gonna play a carry mid.
Well, Nothing to Say also has a Southeast Asia background as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's probably that pub culture that kind of was instrumental.
It's the way to do it now. It's the way to do it.
Going into this, though, I remember I was looking up about T1's story, and Kips, who's someone I'm from the community, I'm very fortunate enough to have played some Dota with. Thank you, Kips. But she was saying that basically.
उसके बाद आखिरी वाला देखेंगे OG वर्सेस क्वींस प्रो.
from the group stage, maybe the car was just hiding something, because it actually seems like there's a lot more variety coming out that mid lane draft than perhaps we were expecting.
Yeah, and I think that's something we're seeing with Abed as well, another Southeast Asian technically mid, where EG's just kind of like keeping things under wraps for right now. I think that of the depth to see, I think Cuckoo's probably going to dip into his own pool first before he starts having to whip out Carl surprises. Even though Carl probably does have more depth, I do think that of his team, he probably has the least versatility, and that's not a bad thing. Really
4 matches है लेकिन 3-3
to him, but maybe LGD might
time
limits.
I feel like that's fine for mid these days, though. Like the current meta works in T1's favor, in Carl's favor. Like
अभी ये लोग देखिए स्टार्ट नहीं कर रहे, अभी तक ड्राफ्ट नहीं हुआ है, तो ये 1:30 बजे स्टार्ट होगा.
दोनों upper bracket वाला match
she uses runes, she can farm stacks. Like,
well, if you were LGD, who do you want to target in bans? Are you just targeting meta heroes right now, or just the usual Elder Titan, Tidehunter, Tiny, or are you going to try to target a player?
I think you target supports.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure T1 is very reliant on their supports plus Cuckoo. As far as Carl goes mid, he might have had like a smaller hero pool before, but I think it's more about the heroes that they want for their style to work, more than him being unable to play the different heroes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Carl's like, he's a weird mid, because he's very greedy, and he requires resources, but he always looks to scale. Like, I don't know, he scales without taking the map from 23 Savage.
He scales by like murdering people.
I'll play pubs, when I play pubs with him, he'll go like first item Midas quad mid. I'm like, why does my mid have a Midas? And then he would just literally 1v5 the game. I'm like, okay, that's why he has a Midas. And it's the same on Doom, right? Like, he's good at understanding how his gold puts him in a position to win the game, or identifying that win condition for himself.
He fights with the Midas.
He does fight with the Midas.
That's always the weird thing about T1 is like, in Animator, they would go like 3 minuses. That was a big thing that they would go 3 minuses, but then they would fight.
I know.
And my thought process was like, okay, maybe what they're doing is they're just getting 3 minuses so they know that they're going to outscale you, and then they just, like, I don't know, outplay you in team fights, or they fight in a way where it's like, okay, let's say you're fighting, you're like standing on a high ground, or you're defending your tower. Obviously, that's an easier fight to take than you going to the enemy tower, because, you know, they have the tower aura, the tower hitting you, and so forth. So it's like they take these fights that are good for them while playing really greedy, and then eventually outscale you.
I actually really like that, because if you think about their style, where they're playing this long-range poke, if you have Midases and you're just poking your enemies, they're feeling even more pressure to commit on you.
That's true.
And if you're both looking at each other, your Midases are actually gaining you gold and EXP while you're both just looking at each other. You just gain advantage.
Even more pressure to go on somebody.
You know what? There are people who are watching their first TI, so you know what? Let's do some Dota 101. What is Midas?
Midas a hand of
Midas lets you consume a creep, and I think you get some...
Like 1.85 EXP.
1.85 times the EXP, and then like 200
I don't know how much gold.
Like
is it 200?
Yeah, the numbers are changing all the time, but basically it literally turns a creep into gold. That's
like
the idea.
The Midas lore.
More gold than it usually is.
Yes, but ironically, people build it because they want experience, usually,
yes,
because it also gives you a lot more experience.
Perfect. Love it. Okay, I want to talk about 23 Savage. This is a player who, you know, you hear the stories and you just go, yeah, I love this guy. Or you listen to the interviews and you go, yeah, I'm rooting for you so hard. And 23 Savage, he's been really impacted by COVID. He did find some limited success, I guess, in Fnatic. He was meant to be playing with Vici as well, but never really got to play with them because of COVID. And now, we used the word family earlier, but I'm going to use it again. He's found his family in T1. And people are talking about him as a superstar carry of the future, Ari. Ooh, and you know what? We're going to talk about him being a superstar after this first game, because right now we're ready to get into this match and the draft.
T1 versus PSG LGD. Game 1.
Welcome to the first draft of the first series of the day. An exciting one at that, T1 versus LGD. To analyze this draft, we have a draft panel. My name is Ava Plus, joining me is Fogged and Lacoste. And I'd like to ask you, Lacoste, first, because you were the SEA expert. Most people are not really believing in T1 beating LGD. Maybe taking a game, but not the series. What can they do to change their minds?
What can they do? That's a good question, because T1 has shown stability. They also shown during the first and second DPC season that they can play from behind. As per showed that, you know, PSG LGD, they are the team that they don't lose the laning stage, so that means most of the time they will stay ahead, and T1 is really familiar to know how to come back into the game. Their support duo, Zephyr and Whitemon, throughout the season 1 and 2, mostly on the backs of Snapfire and Lion, were the ones, you know, bringing them back into the game when it was necessary, using smokes multiple times. I remember one particular game when they used 3 smokes in a row just to, you know, come back into the game.
I've had games even during group stages where they were doing that. They quickly became my 2 favorite support duo of this tournament, and that's even saying that compared to LGD. They actually have my 2 favorite 4 positions they're playing in this series right here. I've got Shinkyu and I've got Zephyr. So both of them are super fun to watch, and let's go. We got the draft going already.
All right, so we start out with the Magnus Snapfire for LGD. And what do you think of this opening, Fogged?
Comfortable, strong, scaling, hits every timing, gives you Roche, gives you every possible potential you need, right? High magical damage in team fight, BKB piercing disable, an amp up, or 2 kind of amp ups for your carry, because these Snapfires are all going Solar Crest. You have Empower as well. Kind of gives you almost everything you want in a draft, just off these 2.
Yeah, it doesn't have too many weaknesses, because you have a strong laning stage, you have a BKB piercing ability that's necessary, and also a lot of damage just for the Roche taking or for the tower taking potential. Weaver picked up by T1. They exclusively played as a position 4, so I assume they're going to do the same thing, especially because the lockdown is a bit limited from PSG LGD. There's so far no silences, no instant stuns, unless Magnus, of course, gets a Blink Dagger, but that's going to take a while, and they open up with Lina as their second pick. Lina, one of the heroes from the mid lane that is not a magic damage-dealing hero anymore. She puts out a serious amount of physical damage because her talents really work well with that, and we see this new hybrid build, Boots of Travel, straight into BKB for sustain, keep using your mana to have 3 fiery soul stacks, and then go for a damage item, either like a Shadow Blade or a Crystallis, and she's also one of the better Silver Edge carriers.
Do you think that'll be enough to deter the Magnus away from mid? Because I know PSG LGD, they run it in both, right? Like Nothing to Say and Faith Beyond will play it, so maybe not right away that they'll just switch it, but maybe that Lina's one, like, we're just gonna put it out there so you have to move the Magnus away, kind of switch your hand a bit. And hey, ET makes it unpicked, unbanned for one of the first series I feel like I'm seeing so far, at least in the first 5-6 picks.
Could we still see it here?
Yeah. He always wants to see it.
No, I mean, we absolutely can see it too, because it fits PSG LGD perfectly. Like, they've got Snapfire for Q, they can run it as a 5 position. T1 can still pick it up as a 5 position. I think Lina is, we always talk about mixed damage carries. Lina is one of those that is kind of mixed damage, so it does thrive off of ET as well.
PSG LGD banning out some comfort heroes for T1.
Yep.
They played Train Protector a couple of times. They love to have a lot of sustain for the poke damage that our panel talked about, and Doom, of course. Carl Doom has been amazing throughout both seasons, throughout the majors, because this guy just knows how to hit the timings perfectly. Sometimes, if he feels like it, Hand of Midas is necessary. You know, if it's needed to get a straight hood into a BKB. I saw that a couple of times from him, so no surprise that PSG LGD decided to ban it out.
I feel like they also always set themselves up to have the best possible late game as well. They'll have this super dominant early game that they can win, but then you look at the draft, and as it scales and it goes on and on and on, you're like, LGD will eventually win this game. So I feel like when you ban these type of heroes, you're setting yourself up that we will have the stronger draft in the late game. And I see Spectre ban too, and that's even more so that they're gonna have this crazy type of scaling. But I like the Treant ban, not just because of comfort, but also versus like Empower and versus like Little Shredder that we've seen used so much. The armor is very useful. So that's really cool pickup. Really cool ban at least.
Dragonite will give them that tower damage, give them that Empower target, and also like instant initiation that I talked about.
Draft ho gaya.
Just feels like very limited damage output so far from T1 against heroes. They become super tanky early on. And one of the Cuckoo's Classic, Legion Commander picked up, so that means the spell mechanic, you're trying to find a way to
Legion Commander
carry, and it's exactly what Legion Commander does.
Yeah, it's a good way to save always versus the Magnus if you're in position. They go for it again. I saw them pick it a couple times. You know, they really liked it with the tree, but most of the time I picked the CM, it's because they were lacking some type of like a brute, you know, some type of like hard disable versus an Ember Spirit or somebody that's just this elusive carry. This one's a little different, but they really like the hero.
Is there any use for the Arcane Aura here that you see?
Fantastic. Yeah, right. Absolutely. All three are great. I mean, CMR is always. I don't think anybody's been like, man, what a bad CMR.
Sure, but you pick it up with like a bristle back and you go, oh wow, this is a combo, right? You usually like Mana. Is there anything here you're like, I can abuse this arcane aura?
Yeah, for Lina especially. In this game, she consumes so much mana. Lina is one of the heroes that I don't think she moves from a lane to lane unless she's full mana. She just prefers to stay, farm the small camp, push out the wave so that you can't gank her, and she's always sitting at like 10-15% of mana. So this time around, we might see Lina do a bit more. You know, she relies heavily on picking up the runes, so we're gonna see some movements. We were one of the better heroes to control the runes for, because Vira can get easily from the lane to the top rune possibly, and Bane, this hero has been amazing. Fog, I mean, you and me talk a lot about the Bane, but yeah, go ahead.
We were just waiting, like group stages, I think me and you were like, where the hell is Bane? Like, what's going on? Why is no one picking it? Now we get to the main event, we get to like, everybody's picking it, it's amazing. I think this hero was extremely undervalued in the group stages. I think even in Feeble, every single thing about this hero is insane now. BKB piercing disable, you could list off a million things. Nobody can fight toe-to-toe with you, and versus Legion Commander duel, bam! You get that nightmare off. You completely counteract it.
और बहुत ज़्यादा armor है ना उस starting का lane में बहुत ज़्यादा armor है.
Always a great save mechanic. I'm worried about team fight on T1. I gotta be honest a little bit in comparison.
So what could they do to mitigate it? Is there any carry that you think that would bring enough team fight here to cover this weakness, or should they just concentrate on their strengths and try to push
वही तो बात है जो उसका against lane करता है ना बहुत मुश्किल होता है.
Just not really looking to play around these cooldowns, but I'm not sure what the 23 heroes is at the moment yet for that.
They ban out Medusa, makes a lot of sense. His comfort hero, and
but Weaver भी है ना उन लोगों का. Weaver का तो वो है ना swarm armor reduction करता है ना.
It's not a good illusion type of a game, I would say. PL is out of this game. You're playing into Magnus, into Dragonite, too much splash, too much AoE damage. But I'm also worried. You said there is no team fight. There's a lot of single target abilities on T1, and they don't have that much burst damage. Lina provides you with some. She can play with the Legion Commander, but I'm a bit afraid this double, I'll call it a budget save with Cookie and the Nightmare could cause a lot of issues for T1.
I'm always worried when they don't have great reach to get into the back as well. When I see like a Bane and I don't see you having the greatest ways to actually stop the Fiend's Grip, I'm always concerned. Like right now, who's going to have to commit into the back line to stop that? Legion Commander has to either be in position to press the attack, save the person, or Lina has to commit herself to get that stun.
Pro matches
it's just really difficult for them to actually get to this Bane that's
live pro matches देखने से और ज़्यादा समझ में आता है.
T1 is in a tough position where you are picking your carry without
देखिए जैसे आप अभी बता रहे हैं ठीक प्रो मैचेस में ये लोग कमेंटेटर लोग हैं जो लोग इंग्लिश में बता रहे हैं कि क्या-क्या टीम लोग क्या-क्या मूव्स कर रहा है क्यों कर रहा है और क्यों हीरो ये सब पिक हो रहा है सब तो बता देता है वो लोग एनालिस्ट.
Would that give them the fast pace?
ना पढ़ाई लिखाई है नहीं.
Pick up some team fight as well here, maybe with the 4 position.
I guess it could. I'm a little worried because they do have that DK hard stun. Bane's animations are so fast now versus a hero like Weaver. It can be really difficult to play around. But like if he gets an early Linken's, that could be something that can protect him. That's something I've seen a couple players do now. Sure, there's a lot of different instances that Bane can cancel it, but
they're not worried though. They saw that and they still ban out another carry. It's just Lark.
Yeah, that makes sense too. When the Bloodseeker's banned out, that's the other one that doesn't want to play versus Bloodseeker at all.
Is there anything that you can like? Can you pretend? Cause you don't have last pick, right? You can't really.
No, भाई ये तो चल गया 40 मिनट प्लस का गेम होगा.
You're gonna have to show your hand here, and it's gonna be a morphling at 23 seconds. Some diverse damage here as well, right? That we've been talking about. DK. A lot of single target now. It's still lacking that team fight.
It's a good PL game.
स्वयं तो 2 शॉट करता है मॉर्फलिंग तो मॉर्फलिंग में उसको 2 शॉट करता है.
Legion Commander is decent to one extent with overall.
वो ये ट्रेड किल्स हो जाते
हैं. That these heroes they really do not like to play into PL.
नहीं उठाएगा Phantom.
Morphling too. There's a lot of burst damage that what I assume is going to be, it could potentially be either offlaner. It's going to be either DK or Magnus plus Snapfire. I've seen these Snapfires when you're laning versus Morphling. You go Scatter Blast 2 points early so you can try to get those like quick kills on him in the laning phase. Also, Morphling versus Breathe Fire. That's percent damage reduction versus high agi and there's Enfeeble in the game. Enfeeble I think something is an ability that's extremely undervalued.
Actually Morphling से ज़्यादा time चाहिए.
It could be pretty brutal.
Morphling जल्दी आ जाता है.
Yes, cast point reduction and also attack damage reduction, health regen reduction too when you're trying to strength morph. You can't do it as good versus Bane too, and they're gonna get Ame on his Terrorblade.
So, closing thoughts here about the drafts. Fogged first. Strengths and weaknesses you can see about, let's say, PSG LGD.
T1
बताइएगा फिर ये
they have a super well-rounded draft scales.
इन गेम चलते हैं.
Choose your
stage
hero.
play a bit more aggressively,
10
but I gotta say I'm
seconds
leaning
remaining.
towards PSG LGD. Whenever I see their lineup, I'm like, this lineup does not have any
5
weaknesses.
seconds remaining.
Well, we know where the draft panel is leaning towards, but we need to know what to look out for. And
Any major.
we have BSJ.
अच्छा वो तो टूर्नामेंट अच्छा वो तो टूर्नामेंट हाँ
एनिमे सीरीज ही आया था डोटा का तो उसमें जो
अच्छा
था उसका जैसा डिजाइन
हाँ
किसी को
लाया लाई ताऊ या
ब्रॉडकास्ट सेलेक्ट नहीं हुआ क्या सेटिंग्स हो गया
Cinderin, we have quite the matchup here. Mike Bren, great to be with you as always. LGD versus T1. You're supposed to...
Oh, I'm finishing your sentences.
Sentences, that's right. Yes. T1, this is going to be quite the showdown. T1, of course, got off to a bit of a rough start in the group stage, but a bounce back not like they did back in the Animajor. And, of course, LGD, virtually untouchable. Yeah. Do you think that this is going to be what everybody hopes it to be, which is a 3-game series?
LGD are just such a strong favorite coming like in the group stage. We're going 15-1, which kind of supposed to be too low in the first game of the upper bracket, almost no matter who you face from the other group, right? A team that's 10-6 or 11 and... Let's do something. 11-5. You're doing great. Keep there's just that gap. When there's a 15-1 team, it's basically a team that's playing more or less flawless. And even though both teams are different, I do think LGD with a clear favorites here. I will say though, a team like T1 has this ability, especially later on in tournaments. We talked about this during the group stage when we were casting them. They're a little bit slow starters sometimes, and they ramp up a lot and get that momentum. And we've seen them get some really good placements at major international tournaments this year. I could definitely see them take a game or even the series, but you need to play 100% today to beat this team. LGD just have been looking incredible. The one game they dropped was against Team Secret, and look how they played yesterday against OG. That was no joke. Absolutely rolled them, especially in game number 2. So it's very, very telling. As far as the strategies go,
just a number.
I think the teams are largely sticking to their identities, especially LGD getting solid team fight, a clear late game winning condition, and the ability to fight and sustain their lanes. It's kind of, if you want to break down Dota in a simple way, there's like 3 things you want your compositions to have right. It's laning prowess, it's some sort of catch and way to start fights, and some sort of way of ending the game. And then, okay, maybe let's say 4, you also want to be able to take Roche, right? And it feels like they have everything. The biggest weakness is probably the ability to take Roche, but you still have at least the Snapfire, Little Shredder, plus Terrorblade with Empower. So you can get it done.
Yep, that's very true. Keep in mind, if you are watching on Twitch, I was told by my good friend Buka that cheering is now enabled. So you just hover your mouse and you hold the button for as long as you want, and a cheer explodes afterwards, Cinder. It's very good stuff. Expecting that top area to be lit up the entire game as a result of adding so many
There's
people.
one thing I know about Twitch, it is that if there's anything you can click,
That's true.
and then again, and then again.
The analytics don't lie. A lot of people are clicking. We need to like triple the servers to be able to withstand the clicking. But nothing to say. We'll be mid on the Davian, aka Dragon Knight, versus Carl's Lina. It's kind of a, I'm going to say, a bit of an old school match. We don't see Dragon Knight as often mid anymore, but What are your thoughts on this going forward for the laning stage?
It seemed like a specific response pick, right? I would think this is a lane that Lina does well in, especially after the nerfs to Dragon Blood. I think Dragon Knight fared better if you go back. What's that now? That nerf was like 2 months ago or whatever. But specifically because LGD picked it into the Lina like this, I would imagine they feel like this is one of the better matchups. Obviously, Lina doesn't lose to anyone mid.
Yeah.
So it's about, okay, what hero can we get that fits our game plan that also doesn't suffer too hard? And I think Dragon Knight is one of the heroes that does better. But I'd still expect just theoretically Carl to come on top in this lane.
No one will. We'll see definitely has a better ability to flash for him and whatnot, but the issue, if you go to the jungle, then Dragon Knight could do considerable amount of damage tower power. But we've been seeing a lot of that into the off lane or the safe lane, like basically not mid. The DK will just transition to another lane as well. So we'll see what they choose to do this for PSG LGD. Few game T1, but mostly our cast of T1.
Oh, yeah, actually be in trouble.
Reflection and like this with that metamorphosis. He gets off his swarm, press the attack, doesn't give him a little bit extra HP, and will live as a result. But T1, good to see them kind of bouncing back after that first day of group stage, because a lot of high hopes for the SCA region. They played out of their minds at the major, but it felt like after that, they were kind of a hit or miss. They weren't as consistent as we were hoping. Of course, part of that could be the fact that they qualified for TI and whatnot, but they bounce back here. But again, they are against the juggernaut of this, and not just their group, but the entire TI right now in PSG.
Yeah. I'm trying to think back the last couple of years of TI where it has felt like there's been that clear favorite up to the group. I'm not sure if that was the
case. 1 year. They didn't win. Yeah, third place, I believe. You see a skewer here from Fate Beyond. Whitemon in quite a bit of trouble. I think he's resigned to his own death. But Jin might get right-clicked out through Savage's second will end up being likely a trade of sorts. Right-clicks with that shockwave. So 1 for 1, but way of T1.
Yeah. Goes to the Crystal Maiden, is going to grab the boots, and maybe a little bit extra regen here, heading back into lane to help out 23 Savage. A nice little head start from the top lane. I think overall, still though, Magnus is thriving. This is a very good lane matchup for Magnus. At least in the beginning, Magnus just has overwhelming damage. Even when Morph is pretty far into the agility, he just hits so hard with the Quelling Blade plus and power bonus. They might kill that almost.
Couple more right. Down he goes again.
Uncharacteristic. Was good for the. He had the burst, but then the punish is just so easy for T1 there. That's very near for them in that top lane. The kill going to 23 Savage as well will almost equal out him with the Magnus now.
And nothing to say in the mid lane is 20-7 for the CS, and the other side 17-2 for Carl. To say doing really well.
I mean, I may just be wrong about the matchup. I don't know.
I think to say is a god. Well, right.
I think Carl's laning Lina in general has been really good though. So I haven't watched him super closely this game, but just in general across the games he has played Lina, he generally does what he's supposed to do. So perhaps LGD have found a hero here in this match and that can win against Lina and Dragon.
It's going to be a considerable amount of damage from nothing to say. There's no real rotations coming in, so I don't think a kill is able to happen as Carl.
Missing that LSA could have almost killed him. He needed one more hit and then Soul Ring into Breathe Fire. Is the Fairy Fire on Carl. Yeah, nothing to say. Honestly, kind of bullying the Lina. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Not something you see every day.
Maybe my read on the matchup's just wrong.
Jin Q trying back tap here, but Carl on his way to triangle here to pick up. Why? Make a nice transition.
Gonna kill them here.
I'm with the right clicks. Looks like Zephyr. Oh, he does have one more Shikuchi.
Why missed
gonna find his way close to Jin Q. Just does not see him thanks to the fog, so gets off the health salve. But
I think Y did attack ground and hit the Weaver bug once instead of the Weaver there. Needed that one extra attack, so that failed. That failed attack will send Weaver back to base instead of the Grave. It's still good, obviously, and this mid pressure is mounting very quickly.
Yeah, just the forced out just allows the Dragon Form to apply all that pressure that we kind of talked about in that tower. So already at half HP, Carl. I mean, He's losing mid, but not by an astronomical amount by any means. But the fact that it's even that point is crazy. So he's a DK Cuckoo, he's done. So PSG LGD evens it up in terms of the kills, but you can see there's still a 1K net worth lead for them.
I mean, you say you're not losing by an astronomical amount, but you're a lane dominator and you're 500 gold behind minute 6.
Radiant's middle
this
tower
feels like
is
a
under
big
attack.
loss to me.
Is that astronomical though? So,
I don't know. The universe is very big.
Yes.
So you're probably right. It's just a.
I just want to mention that Twitch chat is starting to fail a bit. The top is not glowing as much as I would like. Could you please correct that? Thank you. Really appreciate that. Net worth right now is Ame on this terribly. How is this game looking for him in terms of like a theory crafting, just as a TV game overall?
I would say it's pretty damn good. The one where you picked it up through the... Oh, hang on. No. Mid lane.
Sound strategy.
And why? Taking some right clicks as well. So don't Carl. Nice rotation from T1 overall. Jin Q.
Nice move.
Talk about a bounce back for T1.
Really, really good rotation, bringing in both supports from 2 separate sides and just connecting all of the spells there, getting the vision down as well, pre-play in that mid lane. Very, very good. They bring Carl back into the game in a big way. He's actually ahead of Dragon Knight now. Can you believe it took a triple kill to get 50 net worth ahead? But
not
you know,
bad.
at least you got there. As far as the Terrorblade goes, I think it's a very good game for TB.
Dire's bottom tower
Primary
is
concern
under
you have
attack.
here is probably the Terrorblade, which has been traditionally a counter pick actually to Terrorblade.
Yeah.
But they do choose to pick it into it largely because of what I think because of what BSJ said.
Oh,
This is
the
a very good
initiation. Y gets off the Nightmare. Nothing to say. As well. You can see Blackline taking most of the damage here, but there's the duel. But the LSA should be enough. Nothing to say. Takes another death in this game. Great rotations from T1, despite them being the ones getting initiated on.
I thought they had the Dragon Tail ready on Dragon Knight. That's why I called the CM dead on the spot there, but
Radiant's
it was
middle
still on
tower is
cooldown
under
from a little
attack.
bit of harassment he had done earlier. Obviously level 1 Dragon Tail, 16 seconds cooldown. And T1, they get another good move, really putting a lot of emphasis on this mid lane, and it's paying off. They're still not ahead on gold, but at the very least they're like stopping the bleeding in the lane that was suffering the most. And I think if you want to win this game, you need Lina to be strong, because I don't think Morphling is going to cut it alone against Terrorblade when you're playing against 2 BKB piercing disables. That has got to be a concern for 23 Savage. You need to play around Fiend's Grip as well as RP. You can take off one of them with press the attack theoretically. All right, don't get ahead of yourselves, cheers. It was just a little bit of a rest on the bait. Yeah, it's fine. I was like, oh, what's happening top? Oh, it's Little Predator.
Good effort. That was a good effort, Sheer, no doubt. We have plenty of room for those for sure. So, as you can see, Ame's still top of the net worths right now. Carl working on the Boots of Travel as 23 Savage now in the jungle.
White Mod, Nightmare.
Might be shown here, the Nightmare Frostbite exchange. 23
Dire's
Savage.
top tower is under attack.
White Mod will fall first, and 23 Savage did turn into that Snapfire, but he's in a 1v3 situation. Gets skewered to the other side. Still has to wait for him. Will be going into the cover of the arms of Carl, who gets off Laguna Bay, but no resulting kill here.
Very, very big one there on Y.
Radiant's
Not sure how many
bottom
charms he
tower
had,
is under
but
attack.
We
Dire's
need
top tower
a
is under
replay in
attack.
SFM of that double cookie exchange.
How
that
did
was
one
great.
of them get stunned but not the other?
I don't know why. He's going to be spotted here, but we'll get the Nightmare off him. With a couple more right clicks. He doesn't really have anybody that near him, but it is just a support
Dire's
weaver, of
middle
course.
tower
Avoids
is under
the swarm.
attack.
He has dust. And
Radiant
if
are scanning.
Zephyr is feeling cute here and trying to take the bounty, and
Radiant's
he could
courier
find himself
has been
dead,
killed.
but well, Zinkyo.
Yeah, Zephyr just being a very annoying presence.
Denied.
Nothing to say. Almost has his tower dead to rights. And the question is, will they get the deny? Likely, yes.
Dire's
And
middle
that's
tower
a
has
deny.
been
Yeah,
denied.
if I were a betting man, I would have lost a lot of money on that one.
I don't think Crystal Maiden gets many denied in a tournament in general, including.
So Faith Beyond is going to be playing, as you can see, the Magnus here. Magnus TB combo. What are your thoughts on that going forward?
Terrorblade has pretty high base damage in Metamorphosis, so he makes for a pretty good empower target. You might not think about it conceptually as a melee, which, you know, a lot of the time Terrorblade is in melee form farming.
Yeah.
doesn't really need Empower as much as other carries do, since he has a loot and farm. He just pushes waves while farming jungle with his main, for example. But it adds up. It gives you that little extra efficiency, and especially in Metamorphosis, damage increase can make a very big difference.
You know, I was theory crafting that plus the shard for Terrorblade would be really good, but we haven't seen that yet, sadly. That's
Demon Zeal has been, I think I've seen it a couple of games in the tournament, but I don't think they bought it.
Basically, it just allows you to stay in your melee form for longer and not really lose out on much. There's nothing to say in the triangle now. He is going for the blink dagger. So, typically we're used to seeing him as like the mobility type heroes, burst damage. DK is obviously not quite that, but he's the initiator and building destroyer, as it were. See how that fares to them here. So, I mean, so far, obviously, off to a very good start with this 2K net worth lead.
Yeah. PSG are just being super efficient, right? Like you're 3 kills behind, you got the triple kill mid for Lina, but the fact of the matter is they still end up losing their mid tower around minute 10. Yeah. And both Terrorblade and Magnus are having more or less a free game, especially Ame is completely untouched with all of the emphasis they had to put on nothing to say in mid. Ame has 10 CS per minute right now.
Well, I think one of the reasons LGD is so good is because of their general flexibility. Like, nothing to say. I just talked about how different of a role that is, invisibility, technically speaking. And, we're going to see the stop. Very unlucky. And that's going to be a kill going the way of Ame again.
3v1.
Yeah. Very sad. That Centaur has some other agendas on the mind, no doubt. Yeah. But we might see some action in this top lane. Nothing to say. I mean, Dragon Knight's not really one of those heroes that's going to take up that much space farming, so at least beyond to get this into the RP. Yes, indeed they do. Absolutely getting crushed right now. 3K net worth lead. Nightmare. Just for the HP, but double kill goes the way of Q. And a tier 1 tower.
About getting value out of a rune. He got 3 kills set up with that invis plus the tower, and one of them is that big on the enemy side. So huge here from PSG LGD.
And T1 do get the tier 1 mid, so they get some sort of a trade at least.
Oh, Carl? What you doing, buddy? Is a dagger on the way, I think, for Dragon Knight, but will be a little bit too late. So Carl gets out of there. Very dangerous position to find himself in. Going for the standard Lina build here with travels into BKB. Like I talked about before, the concerns for Morph, they're kind of shared here with Lina, right? You get BKB, which you feel you have to against some of this control of the Radiant side, including like Dragon. You're still susceptible to RP as well as grip, so you can. In some games, you can get this BKB on Lina and you feel like
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
For a while in these fights. It's just not going to be the case. You still need to keep your cool and maintain really strong positioning.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Good news
Radiant's
for T1 though, Cuckoo is about to get the dagger.
Well, bad news is that PSG LGD now have 2 daggers to work with.
Yep.
So expect them to ramp up even
focus
more.
on the negatives. Thank you.
Well, that you could look at it as a positive for LGD. Why does that have to be a negative sense?
That's actually very true.
Technically true, and technically is the best type of true.
That is, Radiant I love it.
Whoever said that is a genius.
Yep. It's probably me then.
Yep. Ame working on, looks like he has the Falcon Blade Yasha, so Scotty looks to be next. Is there any reason to, I mean, is he skipping the Manta for now and just get it later? Actually, he probably has, maybe he is finishing Manta now with just the recipe to go.
I think he's just gonna skip it. I think he gets Yasha as the value item here for farming speed, and you can. I don't think
Manta not much to dispel, so
yeah, exactly. It's not much to dispel. There's frostbite, but you're gonna play around that problem.
It's just Whitemon. So at the very least for T1, that's a silver lining.
Yeah, I need to get the hell out of there. Triangle's gonna get dewarded now. Yeah, they are pinging that there should be a ward there. None of them have a sentry though. So, they got nothing to say.
Yeah.
On the Dragon Knight, just checking both supports. But that was something they were talking about in the panel as well, right? That these players, LGD are pretty creative about how they distribute their wards. And that time around, I believe Nothing to Say gets it. Keep in mind as well, something that's been in the game since this entire change with getting gold for dewarding, it is the player placing the sentry that gets the gold here. And
that's true.
That obviously means if you're in a commanding position and you make a team move, you can funnel extra gold into your cores by letting them deward instead of having supports do it. So depending on the circumstance, I think having sentries on, in theory, every hero in the backpack could actually be kind of cool, right? Because then whoever needs the gold the most can be given the gold at any given time. Might be something that LGD are taking more advantage of than other teams.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those changes that I mean, that was of note for that patch, but taking full advantage.
Sorry, I said the person that plays the word. I meant the person.
Center, everybody knows what you're saying is correct, okay? Yes. Even if what you say isn't.
But like, imagine this. Imagine in the game, every player buys one sentry, right?
Yeah.
You buy a sentry and you bring it with you. And then whenever you make a move, you can choose who gets the goal. It's kind of...
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a very, very detailed play, so to say. When you're on LGD's level and you min-max basically everything, you can see why they would do something like that. I do think it was his own sentry, right? It does display that Nothing to Say got the gold at least, so I do think he bought it.
4K net worth lead now for LGD. And you have to think that's just going to increase thanks to this Empower being placed constantly on Ame with that TP, allowing him to just take Ancients without having a meta. At the very least, we'll get this tier 2 bot. So it does move BKB.
That's what tier 1
travel right now.
The first tower.
That is the first tower?
Yeah.
What did I just say?
Tier 2. But you probably said tier 2 because it was the second tower of the game.
Second tier 1 tower center. Let's get a cheer for Cinderin for correcting me. Really appreciate that. Woo! Let's get cheers in the chat. Appreciate that.
Radiant's bottom tower
Looking behind me, the crowd loves it.
Yeah, Ricky is very proud of you. All right, Scotty online. Is this the go time? Because ever since they picked up these Blink there, they haven't really done that much. They had that one smoke gank that just resulted in one CM kill. They have Scotty. Thank you.
There's
Thank
the
you,
cheer.
chat. Really.
Thank you. Very good.
Man, that's actually a lot of fun. Gonna lie. Now we're okay. But like that's so Scotty is go time. PSG LGD. They might just go for Roche potentially. Probably would prefer to get a pick off beforehand.
Yeah, and they might just find Zephyr here. No ward though.
Yeah.
Okay, there's
counter
smoke
smoke now.
Yeah.
Why not? Area, but doesn't look like there'll be a resulting kill, at least not yet. Cuckoo, in the meantime, has his armlet. We've been seeing that pretty much every game on Legion Commanders, along with the Blink Dagger that you mentioned. So they have some counter-initiation possibility.
Top tower is under attack.
But with the looming RP potential, that is the scariest thing for T1.
Invisibility.
I do think that was a really nice play there from Zephyr, though. He was hiding behind the tree line and had the ward in front. So as soon as that smoke breaks, he can immediately just Shikuchi away, and they have a very hard time finding the opening on him. So basically just a safe breaker there. And with superior vision right now in this area, Kuko's kind of potentially thinking about this. They will see the wall. Getting it off.
Cancels out. It's going to cost Faith beyond his life. I don't know if that was just perfect timing or if that was actual reaction. Overwhelming odds comes out. Carl continuing to chase. Don't think they want to go high ground. A little bit too sketchy. Only a 25-second death timer, so not enough time to really go for Roche, but the smoke from T1 trying to wrap around. You can see the position for PSG. That's going to be the first duel victory for Cuckoo. And when it's this early in the game, it's really difficult to go get Roche because the timers are so low and they didn't really expend anything. RP is still online. Like if he had used his RP, then maybe.
Yeah. Important there for Faith Beyond to cancel it, right? It was a very quick reaction from both players, really. He blinked up and RP'd and canceled it immediately as soon as the Legion commander blinked out. Like, really fast reaction. So you see the courier here finding that observer ward, so they know that's the case. Really, really close to blowing the RP there, but Cuckoo obviously with that ward pre-placed had his finger on the blink button and got out. And all right, only 1K lead now for PSG LGD. That was the biggest gold swing that T1 have had go their way in the entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. As you're going to see White Mom get picked off.
RP, nice press.
Okay. Well, that didn't result in much in here. By the looks of it, Davis is going to go the way of the Dragon instead. It will be a trade of lives, though. And that is a tieback on the White Mon. And we'll see if this is enough for PSG LGD to try to go into the Roche pit. It's 2 dead.
So you know when you buy back and die again,
yes,
the timer gets added on top?
Yeah.
I wonder how many extra death seconds he got out of this, because he was alive for like a good 1 second after teleporting in.
Yeah,
so
that's a long time.
A net loss, trying to overtake Puppy's record of time spent dead at TI here. Wow.
There's more out of quantity than anything.
That's true. He's got a lot of ways to go.
I mean, I'm sure you can compete with that despite only playing in a couple TIs, right?
That's a good joke, Sunspec
Thank
TV.
you. Right, appreciate that, Sandra. Let's get a cheer for that joke in chat, please. Really. TP's back to base. Not sure why I mentioned that, but yes, the Shadow Blade. Arcane Rune is bottled, so that's kind of a big deal. But like you said, despite that fight, still only a 1K network lead for LGD right now.
Wait, hang on. I just realized, who was it that had the most time to... Puppy was third on that thingy. The words fail me today.
Eloquent as always. 65%. Is this,
who was first?
Is this surprising to you?
Shannon, tell me. Who has the most time spent dead? It was not Puppy.
I don't know.
Was it Cool?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Puppy was third.
This is the TI main stage, Cinderin.
Yeah, it was a nice graphic.
For God's sake.
Graphic was the word. It came to me in my dire moment of need here. What I think about the win expects being 2-1.
Cuckoo gets some more damage. Oh, okay. That's a random centaur from the helmet from Mr. Magnet.
They're gonna go for this. They know there's no RP.
Yeah, and another 10 seconds though, so it's not. It's coming in a bit close. Oh, we got picking up these deaths, but Cuckoo and company. E-Blade's not gonna be enough to take out Faith Beyond. He's gonna have RP now.
Dire's top tower
taking
is under
quite a bit
attack.
of damage, but will back up to safety. And I think T1, you can see the armor skits. This is definitely going to force them back. And the Dragon Knight initiates onto Cuckoo, has to press the attack himself. Looks like he will be able to walk away safely, though.
This is looking like a potential PSG LGD road. 5 seconds on Metamorphosis. They have RP, and they do have a really good ward here.
But there's the press. Savage able to blow up wide. Does have buyback though. There's kill, but it's going to be a trade either way. Magnus not able to get on his RP. Pretty big deal from GQ. The follow from nothing to say. They will have enough damage to tear through him. 65 seconds of no Lina.
That shard on Snap is so good. We already had a highlight clip earlier today, pre-match. We saw GQ, I believe, one of the players hitting a nutty one of those, and that one, another high-impact play. Stun into stun into stun into death.
Press the attack. Usually a fail-safe. Not this time around. Just too much damage to work with on LGD's side. And that should finally mean Roche is conceded.
Working his way now toward a BKB. Wants that safety against primarily the E-Blade, you would imagine, but also against the Lina Light Striker Raid. It's a real feels-good item. Also helps a little bit against Crystal Maiden, who, you know, CM has this reputation of just falling off, right?
I thought you were going to say dying a lot.
Yeah, well,
she has a lot of reputation.
That's a part of it.
Yeah.
The thing is, over the last many years, like if you haven't watched too much Dota, Crystal Maiden has reached a point where she can actually scale pretty well and have really high impact in the later, mid to later portions of the game, primarily because there's just more gold in the game. And Crystal Maiden benefits so much from getting items like Dagger and BKB, which sounds like a lot, but it happens more frequently than you'd think. In this game, though, Whitemon is at the bottom of the food chain.
Yes. This is looking like a patch from like 2 years ago, maybe.
Yeah,
he is
very, very poor, and it just means you're food. Like, he dies to literally 3 attacks from Terrorblade. If he gets caught by anything, he's just gone. So Whitemon, there's a lot of pressure on him to stay very, very far back, get in a good position, and more than likely just accepting that freezing fuel is going to be exceptionally difficult to use here.
Oh, you do have press the attack shards, Cinderin.
That's true.
To give you a brief moment of magic immunity.
1.75 seconds of ulti there.
Very good.
He could actually still
like you said,
to terribly.
Either way, they have 2 BKB piercing stuns.
If you get one of those on the Maiden, you're
Dire's
probably
middle tower is under
that's a
attack.
good point. Dragon Tail, Faith Beyond, Skewer. An easy pickoff for LGD again. Still holding the Hades for another 3 minutes. We'll see what they can do with this Dragon form. We'll likely go for the tier 2 top.
Yeah. Queuing up his own BKB as well. Seems like LGD are trying to hit a timing here with double BKB on Terrorblade as well as the Dragon Knight. Obviously, Terrorblade gets it a little bit earlier.
Yep.
But that is going to be a really big problem from T1.
Dire's
From a
top
damage
tower is under
perspective,
attack.
if your Lina is pressured in the fight so she has to run away, I don't think you can kill
structures are
anyone in
fortified.
BKB. This Morphling build is not good against BKB. You have Linken's as well as E-Blade. There's none of
Radiant's
that like
middle
strong
tower
right
is under attack. Dire's top
Butterfly
tower
or
has
a
fallen.
Daedalus. Nothing of that kind. LGD are just going to go for it. Go high ground. 25 minutes, you have Aegis, you have all your cooldowns.
Yeah, why not?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's the Metamorphosis, and the tower is going to fall very, very quickly.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Yeah. Hello. No fortification available either.
They're actually just giving this lane up because
Radiant's
Cuckoo's dead.
courier has been
They
killed.
can't defend.
Yeah. Can't blame them. Still 2 minutes on that Aegis. So like you
Dire's
said,
top
it will be
barracks
a
are under attack.
completely free
Dire's
set
top
of racks for
barracks has
LGD, who now sport an 8K net worth lead. Carl.
Just so keen, right? They see that they
Double
have
damage.
enough time for this. They play what they can, get out, and lose nothing.
Yeah.
That was even with Dragon Form
Radiant
expiring
are
about
scanning.
2 seconds into the push, but they're just so confident.
Oh, he gets the Nightmare off. That's the Aether Lens. Look at that ridiculous range. Of course, has features if they really need it, but it doesn't look like the attack. They're actually going to extend RP. This is a really nice finally taken out. Does take quite a bit, but nice catch there by the Y.
Yeah, that was a little bit of miscommunication on LGD's part. They end up using both RP as well as grip through that skewer, but I don't know if T1 realized, so perhaps they're still going to be scared of the grip. I think Y canceled it very,
Dire's
very quickly.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's a big pick on
Dire's
Carl, and
courier
LGD
has been
is straight
killed.
down mid.
45 minutes to burn. Absolutely can't blame them. Yeah, DK looks fine for now, but there's the duel. Can they save him? Off the BKB trying to pretty much take on the sidelines. Lunablade builds up the Bane in the meantime. Eventually, Cuckoo does fall. It's a 2-for-2 with the buyback now into Carl. And with that PSG LGD, back away. Horn toss onto Zephyr and gets the time lapse off the full HP again. Still working on an Aghanim Scepter for himself, which is another turning point potential for T1.
Very, very close
So
to
T1
finding
gets
the Weaver.
something. Yeah.
It's expensive to buy back your Lina, though. And just as expensive, you saw in that exact situation, if Bane had Fiend Script there, I think they win the game, almost. Like, they would have just gripped the
Dire's
Lina.
bottom tower
But
is under
Carl
attack.
could go there straight in, kill off Y, and at least build up a little bit of momentum in the fight for them. It's still not looking great for T1, but you can be a little bit hopeful if they are the ones to get the initiate, or when, like you said, the Weaver Axe is a big item this game against both RP as well as the Fiend Script, trying to keep heroes alive. I believe the Fiend Script should still be channeling. If you do get time-lapse, it sticks on you, basically, but the repositioning can be easily enough to save you, especially against
Dire's
Terrorblade.
middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
Zephyr!
Yeah, hello. Showing here. Goodbye. You talked about the power of Jin Q Shard, and when you combine that with a Blink Dagger, it is very hard to avoid, even as a Weaver.
He was not expecting to find enemies there, but PSG LGD have that ward sentry combination. They were ready.
Radiant's bottom tower
And look
is
at
under
that, another
attack.
discrepancy between 1 and 2 here, between 23 Savage and Ame.
Yep.
That is pretty gigantic. And it's just growing from here. So Ame, what is he working on now? Obviously finished the Manta a while ago into the BKB and has his sights set towards Chrysalis. And then for 23 Savage on the other side, you talked about the Lincolns. I mean, would you change this build in any way? It feels like Lincoln's is almost necessary, but at the same time, I mean, Lincoln's doesn't feel that bad on Morphling just because of the stats nature to it, but
yeah, it's
some damage, right?
Yeah, you are. Maybe he wants to bypass BKB entirely in his build and just trust Cuckoo to press the attack, the biggest key spell. But it still needs the Lincolns against the Bane, and I think his item build is fine. It's just like you said, you need more, and the problem is LGD have been ahead the whole game, just pushing in your waves better.
Yeah.
So Terrorblade will be that one major item ahead. And as far as Ame goes, he doesn't have a defensive item similar to Lincoln's. He has the BKB, which is super high impact for the type of team fights that LGD's lineup plays. It's very high burst. You get an RP, you get a grip, you get a Dragon Tail, and you just commit and go. The only thing you've had to worry about the whole game until now was that press the attack, but now there's a second quote-unquote press the attack from Zephyr, and this is smoke timing for T1. They're gonna go for it.
Yeah, and this is
obviously.
going to be the action, like you said. So we'll see if PSG LGD play around that or not. But it could have huge impact, as apparently only one buyback in the game right now. For nothing to say.
Yeah, that also has a GM, and he's holding a very strong high ground position. Jinkyu.
Oh, yeah, he's
into
Dire's
Bling.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they thought that somebody was high ground, but they didn't know he was invisible as well. As Ame is going to show up. It looks like this tier 2 will fall as a result.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Right? They avoid the smoke play, they get the stronger position, and they get a tower. So effectively, T1 smoke to lose there. Usually,
Radiant's
the worst
middle
case scenario
tower
when
is
you
under
smoke, if
attack.
you don't find a fight, is that the enemy team hides. You get some ground. You didn't even ground. You actually lost it.
Into the jungle, LGD goes. It's not an insurmountable lead for one to try to come back from.
Cool.
Try hard. Felt like a longer TP. Not sure what ended up, but it's just in the fountain. Maybe not. Cutting it close to. They're still working on the second row. I was going to use it first. Faith Beyond already has his, right? So you do a really good Sunspan impersonation. Did you know that? Oh boy, that's an insult. I'm pretty sure.
That is.
Maybe you get the Demon Seal. I'm not sure actually. This game. This is could go crazy. Next one's okay.
I just think they're
gonna. There it is. You will consume it. So Demon Seal basically costing 20% of HP. Movement attack speed, while in melee form, you get even more.
It's a double.
Yeah. Pretty strong, and especially when combined like we Empower can. I mean, not that he's having trouble farming right now. Add it to another level. Is Faith Beyond? White Mon again. The crowd goes wild. Yeah. I really like watching Crystal Maiden die.
I was like, damn, he only took 2 hits like expected. He even has a hit mail. Like,
true.
The Maiden. It's tough times to be a Crystal Maiden in this game. You get caught by literally anything, you're just gone. So, easy pick points.
Sadly. So, Ame, I guess next item for him is actually just going to be the completed Daedalus, which I would assume takes the place of his boots if his Aegis is still in his inventory.
And worth keeping in mind when you have Satanic like this, Demon Ghost feels good to use. You restore your health so fast anyway.
Yeah.
But using it in fights, sometimes that can be a double sword. Yeah, you get more damage, but you also take 20% health. Usually when you have Satanic, it doesn't really matter that much. All you need is to get in one attack when you're starting to struggle, and you're going to get all of that health level and health back right in, and here we go.
And here we have Meta popped again. It's in precision as you set up into the... No! Tracks the attack. Enough to get out the RP. And T1, see if they want to try to take advantage of this. I mean, they're going to have to continue. And LGD's Tommy, you can see the choke there. Got nothing to say with an overwhelming look being shown as he's just gonna walk down. Carl jumps in. This is gonna be the all this some way, somehow. And just gonna play all the time of the rack. GG out of game 1.
Looking good. destroy it. Just like LGD did. T1 seemed like they had a couple of moments and they just got taken away right in front of them. It's not... There really isn't... You know what's kind of scary in a way here? Is that this didn't even feel like LGD's best game of the tournament to me. Like, they had a couple of hiccups where a little bit of spellcasting doesn't go perfectly, and it's because we expect perfection from them, but it still wasn't really close. That's a little bit worrying for T1 going into the next game.
We've seen some teams get off to a pretty good start against LGD. Like, they've been down 20K, but they end up coming back because they don't make that many mistakes when it comes to mid to late game. That's the issue for the other teams playing against them.
The one game that they did lose in the groups was against Secret. I think LGD played a strategy with Alchemist, and Secret had, I want to say, Ogre Tiny, and Matoma Man just ended up overpowering. So Secret actually won a late game situation against LGD, which seems like not many teams can get into a late game position where they're competitive. Like you said, the game, I believe it was against Elephant, as a matter of fact. Elephant had a huge advantage and still ended up losing later. So, well, T1, you gotta find the secret sauce for this next game because LGD are looking hot.
I won't go there. Let's just go to the panel instead.
Hot.
I liked it, Cinderin. Now, that was kind of a long game for LGD, boys. Went over 30 minutes. Short for T1, as you reminded me, Tsunami. But do you think it was just a case of them biding their time just to be absolutely sure now they're on the main stage?
Yeah, I think that if anything, they need to start practicing what happens after 30 minutes. They haven't been there in so long that they're like, might have to experiment. Like, oh man, I haven't even seen that tier of neutral items yet. We need to figure out how do we recalibrate. Or maybe they're just very good and they were also showing T1 respect.
We've got to talk about the draft. It seemed like T1 were kind of doomed from the start, Ari. It was weird. Even I could see it was a little bit weird.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think
just a little.
Their draft wasn't that bad versus LGD, but I think their concept on the draft maybe felt a bit off for them. I think usually what happens is if they can enable Cuckoo, him and the two supports will be able to make some plays. And like CM Weaver Legion, it didn't look like that this game. I think, honestly, a bit of the decisions that T1 made around their heroes looked off to me. I think Cuckoo going for Armlet was not good for Terrorblade. I think CM had to go Max Nova this game in order for them to have a chance. Them not doing that, it just led to them not really being able to pressure LGD.
I mean, if you look at Cuckoo there, the Legion commander, no kills, but it wasn't just that. It was also his gold lead was actually quite far behind pretty much everyone. And seeing as this is a player that we talk about putting his farm priority ahead of his teammates, if he's not able to get anything done, not able to get some shopping in his car, Jenkins, how is the rest of his team going to have any hope?
You know, I think that naturally happens when you fall behind as an offlaner. It's just kind of the role that, like, once the map starts closing in, once the fights start happening, your mid and your carry get the priority, unfortunately, for Master Cuckoo here. But to me, the biggest thing that I saw from LGD this game that made it look so dominating, and I think T1 actually, on the other side, and this is why the game took so long, T1 had some great aspects of this as well. They changed their timings. So nothing to say invis rotation towards that top tower with DK. So number one, he takes the mid tower with his DK form. And then right after that, he picks up an invis rune and then he heads towards the top tower and he sets up like a triple kill with the invis rune. And obviously that's something that like, you're not guaranteed an invis rune. So it's not like LGD is doing this in every game, but there's some equivalent, haste rune, whatever. And then after that, he gets his blink. They smoke directly into the triangle, which is the polar opposite area of the map. And then they get a kill there. And then from that, they have like a 3 to 4K gold lead at 10 minutes. And the game feels a lot easier than all of a sudden Cuckoo falls behind like we just saw. And I think on the other side, T1 actually chained timings like this as well and almost came back at a point where Cuckoo was standing on the high ground and then Mag blinked in to RP. Cuckoo blinked out because they were camping a ward. They killed the Mag or they killed somebody and then they smoked up and then killed in the triangle as well. And that got them a little bit of a lead, but then LGD just kept chaining timings after that. But you talk about this a lot, how like I remember during NADBC, you were always like, they should chain smokes here. They should chain smokes here because in Dota, you really need to only win. If you win like one fight, it puts you in the lead. If you win another fight, it makes it so the enemy team, you're stomping the enemy team. If you win 3 fights in a row, there's no way that they can win. That's how things scale in Dota. It's like exponential scaling.
And it looked early game like T1 was scaling pretty well, Tsunami. But, you know, it was literally just in the laning phase. That was kind of part of LGG's plan.
If you are ever feeling like you're in the lead, I think it's because LGD are giving you permission to be in the lead. They're like, that's fine. You can have what you want. And teams are often like, they get complacent whenever they have those circumstances, that they're like, wow, things are going kind of how we wanted them to go. It's only because LGD is letting it happen right now.
It really feels that way with this team.
And so every single time I look at a last hit differential, I'm like, I don't really know if that tells me anything. Even in the mid lane, where it should be the most definitive, oftentimes things are happening elsewhere. It's like LGD are establishing stacks that you need to be worried about, and they're getting ready to do rotations and stuff like that. So no one has found the solution yet. And that's why LGD only have dropped a single game throughout this entire tournament thus far.
I thought that mid lane 3v3 that was happening was actually favoring T1, because I was sitting there thinking like, oh, Lina's like a better late game hero than DK. But then I realized once DK picks up the Blink Dagger, it was all gas, no brakes for LGD. And so, sure, in the late game, Lina's going to be a better hero than DK because you just do the most damage, like even considering carries. But DK, if you're getting enough out of his Blink timing, it's actually better for the DK team.
I wanted to ask about Roshan. There's a fight towards the end of the game, about 32 minutes in, and LGD are literally free to get it. And it seemed like T1, they're just spinning in the jungle. They could have gone for a tower or, you know, done something. I'm going at the screen, I'm just like, why are they just spinning on the mini-map? And Tsunami had the theory that they were trying to help Lina farm and protecting her. But do you think that was a mistake? Do you think actually maybe they should have prioritized pushing?
I think with that lineup at that point in the game, there's nothing you could do anymore. I think if T1 wanted, like, that sort of play where it looks awkward to spectators, it happens because they're like trying to evaluate their options and they can't find a clear win condition. And if you don't have a clear objective in mind, then oftentimes you're just doing random things while trying to think of it. And it looks weird, but honestly, I don't think there's anything better they could do. Like T1 this draft, they had to have bot lane go better in order to win this game.
Jenkins.
Yeah.
I enjoy listening to you talk about Dota. You might have realized by now. If you haven't, I enjoy listening to hearing you talking about Dota.
What are you setting up for right now?
I heard you describe Terrorblade as the ultimate man fighter during that last game. So
right.
The floor is yours, my friend.
All right, okay. Well, I will say, just because, well, I'm not the best carry player. He can tell you. Lost a lot of MMR playing carry. However, I was speaking with Owie, I was speaking with BSJ, and we were talking about TB versus Morph because it's one of those matchups that you think is going to be very Morph favored because you just turn into Terrorblade. I mean, Morphling, he morphs into somebody and he gets all of the spells and not an ultimate, right? And then Terrorblade's the one hero where people say that one of his basic spells is his ultimate, Metamorphosis, right? And so you would think that Morph versus TB is like massively more favored, but it just doesn't seem like that's the case practically. Like hypothetically, maybe that's true, but practically it's not. I think the nerf where you can't just be a Morphling who's meta now, you have to stay in the TB form to stay meta. So that's a problem for Morphling. But also a part of that is I think that Morphling is the type of hero, he gets a Scotty, he gets a Satanic, and he can 1v1 almost any carry in the game. But TB just presses Sunder on you. And then also, I think BSJ was saying something about TB is like a team fighting carry. Maybe you know more about that than...
Yeah, I think the thing about the Morphling versus TB matchup is that Morphling can counter TB. A lot of it, as well as what you said, is a magical damage and burst potential coming out from E-Blade. But Terrorblade, his specialty is actually that he's a teamfight anchor. Like, he will anchor the teamfight, and Morphling doesn't really do that. He wants the teamfight to be more split up. So if it comes down to it where Terrorblade and Morphling are hitting each other, you'd think Morph would do well, but it just doesn't happen that way. Terrorblade's stacking is too good, meta's too strong. Just something's like weird about the matchup in that sense.
I think Sunder really helps. And then also like any hero that has high stats, any hero that has good illusions, Morphling obviously picks Manta, you know, Luna, like TB just spawns a 100% version of themselves that they can't hit with his Q. So that always turns the matchup as well. TB's just like the ultimate anti-carry. Even if you're the anti-TB hero, it's like, well, your anti-TB is still a carry and TB's the anti-carry, so good luck.
And none of these games exist in a vacuum also.
No, they don't.
And so Legion Commander trying to enable her Morphling was not nearly as significant as the Jinkyu's Snapfire. Jinkyu's Snapfire was providing so much setup that Terrorblade didn't even have to really worry about that much until it finally became mono and mono time.
Yeah, I think how Terrorblade generally breaks down is if Terrorblade can right-click in fights, then he wins the fights, and if he can't right-click, he can't win the fights. That's why it's the same thing for Legion. Like, Legion's a committal hero. How I feel Terrorblade is when you press meta, you're committing in a fight. So that means if you want a dual son, you're going into a full commitment hero whose commitment is stronger than you. Maybe I'm saying the word too many times, but Terrorblade's timing, like how he fights, is stronger than Legion's, and Legion has to go in.
You're right. We had the same discussion with Leshrac and TB at the end Major too, where it's like, oh, Leshrac, he's the illusion clear hero, right? The best illusion clear in the game, so surely he's good against Terrorblade. Well, what Terrorblade wants to do is he wants to just man up and fight you. Leshrac runs in there and has to be very close to you in order to kill you as TB, and TB's like, all right. And if you're going to kill him, he sunders you, and then he uses the fact that you're going to kill him to kill you. Yeah. So it really just practically doesn't work the way that you think it would, hypothetically.
We've got 30 seconds before the teams walk out on stage. So just really quickly, good Terrorblade counters. I think T1 might want the advice.
I think it's a usual style, actually. I think long-range nukes and slows actually beat Terrorblade. If they can pull off that type of lineup and have Cuckoo kick him out of lane earlier, I think they're actually very set up to beat Terrorblade.
All right.
Zeus.
He's one of the uncontested heroes. One of the only uncontested heroes at this event.
Pick a 39% win rate hero. It'll go well.
Okay, Tsunami.
Don't even worry about Terrorblade. It's not going to happen.
It's going to get banned.
Oh, it's not even going to happen. LGD, that was just for T1's benefit. They've got plenty more tricks up their sleeve.
All right, well, the teams are walking out on stage right now. As you can see, PSG LGD, they look cool as lovely cucumbers. But you know what? T1, they're going to have had that team talk. That family feeling will be in the booth, and they are going to bounce back. I'm sure Coach March has given some of those inspirational massages. So as they get ready in their booths, we are going to take a look back at T1's journey to TI.
They get the kill on a semi-out.
Be careful, out of position here.
Into the trade.
Double
stun again from Whitemon. He is too good this game. He's too good this series. He's worked really well. And while Uzrior double kill, Carl getting both. Now looking over at the Ancient Apparition, who throws out a Desperation Ice Blast, and they're still looking for more. Bob on the run, but Whitemon's ready.
Wow.
Oh my God! Whitemon on the edge of the mana gets the stun, and they will get this kill on a Bob. There they go, back into the paint.
Tough position to be in. 700,
Chaco,
500.
Timber Chain, who's gonna pick it up? Aegis snatched by Cuckoo! He's got it! There's Zero Spike coming through, and they've got another some of the impale landing on both Gabby as well as Bach. This Timbersaw doing a lot here. They get the kill on RML. They'll take out Boomy. Two heroes down on the side of TNC. They'll focus their attention on the Gabby. 23 moving in. He's got the doppelganger with the help from the rest of the team, and they should be able to take out the Tiny and look for more. Bach on the run. Cuckoo trying to maintain that Aegis. They've got the impale. They have the lockdown confirmed, and they'll get the kill confirmed too. Triple kill for Cuckoo. Again, with the Shadow Word, he's just taking 0 damage. Literally 0 damage. Blink call coming in from Cuckoo. They've got the taunt out onto the gyro. Is it going to be enough? Chaotic Offering follows it up. They've got the damage coming in with the Impale. And they get hit, but Janwell, he's there with the save. They've got the Afibo, and now the Burrow Strikes are going to come through as well as the Epicenter on the center as well. 23, they have the damage with BKBB Pop. Can't get the Satanic off. 23 trying to heal up as much as he can. Shadow Word's also doing work. They've got the Impale on the CTM. They'll get the kill to the Sand King. They'll take him out for 85. No buyback. Cuckoo with 1 sliver of health. Blink call on the 2. He's still not going to die. They've got the Shadow Word. They get the kill to Whitemon. They end up losing play hard, and with the tether, it's not going to be enough to stay alive. Janwell dead. Disarm onto the gyro. Natsumi's gone. No buyback for anybody on Neon.
Stay on the coil. Now they're in trouble. PSG LGD, they're just going to get wiped in this team fight. 4 down. Ame nowhere in sight because he knows a lost team fight when he sees one.
And that's the story of T1 in the DPC seasons and the run up to this year's international. Earlier, though, we touched on 23 Savage. We didn't get much time to talk about this fledgling carry, who hopefully we're going to get to see blossom more and more in this tournament. But unfortunately, potentially after this game, it could be in the lower bracket tsunami. Why is 23 Savage someone to keep an eye on in the future?
I think it's kind of an inspirational story that there are many 23 Savages out there. I think there's many pub stars, leaderboard showing up mid laners who show up on the radar and they're given a chance. But oftentimes the chance just doesn't really galvanize into anything. And so last year, it was, or 2 years now at this point, it was on Genesbras where you're like, oh man, this is a really hotshot squad, you know, just a stack trying to make it to TI and they come ever so short. And then sometimes these players just fade away into irrelevance after that. They just try to make it on qualifier stacks and they don't find enough support around them, both literally in the game and outside of the game to enable it. But him and Jabs, 23 Savage and Jabs are the only Thai players here, and now Jabs, him and Jabs were kind of in that same culture in Thailand, and I think T1 is unique in how multicultural it is also. Most of these Southeast Asian squads have been, I'm all Filipino, I'm all Indonesian, I'm all Malaysian, and being able to bridge cultures has been very, very useful for 23 Savage, I think specifically, because as a young player, if you have a strong Filipino voice like Cuckoo and you have Indonesian supports like Zephyr and Whitemon, I think that it has been a very, very enabling group for him.
Well, I don't think this is going to be his last TI, no matter what happens. But we want to switch focus to PSG LGD right now, because earlier in the year, we caught up with their captain. Let's find out what he had to say.
PSG LGD come to the TI-10 main stage as one of the strongest teams out of the majors. After a third-place finish in Singapore, they made it to the grand finals of the ANA Major in June, defeating Evil Geniuses to take the top spot. Soon after that win, BBC caught up with their captain, Y.
哪场比赛是最难打的，或者说最接近的？是决赛这场吗？
其实小组赛以来，我们其实有几场一直以来都是比较焦灼的，其实就是从小组赛开始，我们赢都不是很顺利，我们还是属于一场一场进步的。然后 T1 那个 BO3 也是让我们成长挺多的。然后到最后一季那一场，其实是我们讨论很多，包括因为他们先打嘛，然后我们在后面看他们也讨论挺多东西吧。然后包括第二把打他们也不是很顺利，但是也是在慢慢成长。然后最后虽然比分上看上去是3-0，但实际过程并不是那样的。
With TI-10, some are pointing out the similarities between PSG LGD's position now to that of Wings, the winners of TI-6 and the last team from China to lift the Aegis. It's a team that included 2 members now on PSG LGD, Faith Beyond and Y. Coincidence?
我们如果把这个 TI 和 TI 前的这个阶段的这样一个成绩的状况和当年 TI6 和 TI6 之前的状况去做对比，我感觉好像有点类似啊，是不是这样？
有一些吧，因为我就是当时也是身处在那个队伍嘛，然后对当时的就是跟一些此情此景跟当时确实有一些类似吧，主要是团队上的一些沟通什么的，其他倒还好。
你和边将的这样的一个动力，为什么还能够继续的保持下去？是心里还有很多的目标没有实现吗？
关于目标这个，我觉得首先是不光我跟边将吧，包括其实我们的教练小巴也是一样的，我们是有共同目标在为之奋斗的。然后只不过说我们3个是刚好有这个头衔，所以我们在外人的目标看来就是对于第2次的夺冠嘛，然后对标的是 OG。
其实LGD 在所有的中国的这个 Dota 的玩家心目当中，包括一些国际上的粉丝的心目当中，是一支顶尖的队伍。 但是 TI 的冠军确实是还没有能够收入过囊中。你作为曾经以前的旁观者和现在的其中的一员，你对于这件事情是怎么来看待？
首先，一直老干爹这个队在 Dota 圈里面一直存在，并且顶尖，这不得不得承认，这是所谓的俱乐部底蕴，这种就是跟俱乐部那些管理什么的是肯定是有很大的关系的。然后再其次到我自身又到这，再判断这些，其实从我的角度来说，不管怎么样，都是各自的故事，只不过这本故事的书名肯定是以老干爹为起的吧，我觉得是这样的。
Well, thank you to Captain Y and BBC, our fantastic interviewer there. Let's talk a little bit about that legacy then of Y and Faith Bian. And Faith Bian in particular, because after the TI6 victory, Faith Bian actually had an injury and it kind of took him out the running for a few years.
Yeah, and I think Faith Bian, even from that TI6 wing squad, he was a very standout player, and he sort of had to recuperate a lot from, I think he broke his arm, and he had to have a few surgeries on it. And a lot of this, his story is him coming back from that injury and returning to his old form at TI.
And do you feel like he's there now?
Yeah, I think Faith Bian's looking really good.
I mean, there must be so much on your mind as well. You must have so many memories of these booths and lifting that Aegis and just trying to get back there again, especially after it's been so long. Do you think that people expected Faith Bian to get back to this position, Tsunami?
Definitely not after. So when Wings imploded due to external circumstances and internal circumstances, I think everyone was hoping that this would be like the new old guard that would be able to carry things, but it just didn't happen quite as much.
Well, let's see if a 2-0 happens right now.
Hello.
Versus PSG LGD. Game 2.
Hello and welcome to the second draft. One. Here are your draft battle. My name is Ava Plus. Joining me is Fogged and Lacoste as always. And I'm going to start off with this draft, actually just a small overview. What do you think that the weaknesses you pointed out in the last
My biggest thing, at least, that I want to see that T1 is going to take away to this one is find a way to shut down Ahmed a little bit more. I feel like he just had the freest game. Sure, his team was making lots of space for him because of the heroes that they ended up having, but I feel like just putting Cuckoo out on an island all by himself and them having this like Weaver as their 4 position, I feel like this lane can't pressure at all when you're playing versus something like TB, so I want them to just set something up better to just slow Ame down, because you can't let him have games like that.
Yeah, Cuckoo and Whitemon were completely shut down in the laning stage. I think this opener works so much better. You have Magnus, which is almost always played by Cuckoo, so you know that's gonna be the lane, and you have a Lion, one of their most successful heroes throughout the DPC season. It's just the burst damage. It's one of their T1 special heroes where it allows you to have a bit more burst damage, more control, standard stuff coming out from them, and it allows you to move around the map. The tricore that they always use, especially in the previous game, because you have Weaver, she's a very sluggish hero, and she was extremely underfarmed, and move out with the Legion Commander, try to go for the kills, while Lina is farming in the triangle. She's heavily farm-oriented hero, will rarely join fights early on, like she wants that to hit that BKB boots of travel timing, so that was a huge issue for T1. I think this opener works much better.
Yeah, and I know we talk a lot about how T1 is more of like, especially with the way that they have played before, it's the longer games, it's more of these responsive kind of plays, and that's why they went for like the Weaver. You have this time lapse eventually with the Aghanims, you have this Legion Commander for save. I don't want that from T1 actually versus LGD, even though it's more of their style. I want them to be more of the aggressors, because I think if you just kind of hang back, that's playing completely into PSG LGD's hands. So just more aggression, and yeah, like you said, this is already leaps and bounds better for me.
All right. Can we move on to the LGD draft, because we, Fogged, have your favorite hero. It's the ET.
Yeah. I mean, it's
It's ET.
The stats say it all. I don't need to say anything else anymore. OP hero. Death Prophet also. They're one of the few teams that are still really confident, even picking it first too. I think we've had a couple other teams grab it like later on in the draft, but PSG LGD just open with it, and I've seen them do this several times.
I know you're both happy and sad at the same time seeing ET, because what's gonna happen after TI?
It's gonna get buffed.
Nope. Definitely not. We see PSG LGD protecting that profit pick and also wait to disengage a team fight. So Invoker banned out the Quas Vex Invoker. On the other side, T1 also protecting Magnus with Winter Wyvern, one of the better heroes in general to split up the fight. And you know, Winter Wyvern's still very good. At one point, she had over 90% win rate.
Yeah, T1's still very comfortable with that, and that's a hero that can play in both capabilities, which is why I really like Wyvern. Almost in any meta, you're an aggressor or you're a defensive capabilities. You have so much potential also for damage throughout all stages of the game because you're percent base. Just good hero overall. I think that's another really one that was a bit undervalued for me. I thought it was going to get picked a lot more, but I also really like I know you touched on the bans. The Shadow Demon ban is always one. If you have Death Prophet, almost always you want to take out Shadow Demon because you can't build Yules. Your mobility is completely stagnated as well. And yeah, that's a change up. We got a Dawnbreaker.
It's been mostly VP who's been running this hero, and with high value both in the carry and the 5 position. Actually, I'm just going to start asking, what is this a core, or is this a support Dawnbreaker, or is it just a massive flip?
Hard to say. They have Magnus with the Empower, so like if you get Empower on that hero, played as a carry, it could be potentially really, really good. It's one of the heroes that comes online extremely quickly with the Echo Saber. As you mentioned, Virtus.pro ran it 3 times. I believe 2 were wins, 1 was a loss. And we've seen a couple of Dawnbreakers being played as a position 4/5 so far.
Still flex, but I would imagine it's more so going to be the support. I don't think you want to put a strength core into Death Prophet. Then you're putting 2 strength, probably 2 strength cores, the Magnus and the Dawnbreaker, 2 ideal Spirit Siphon targets. That mid game is just going to be pretty disastrous. DP heals way too much. Dawnbreaker's stack gain is absurd, so you get a Siphon on her and you're like full HP. So
do you rather play an Agi core against an Elder Titan though?
Yeah, I guess that's where it becomes kind of difficult, right? So it's a pretty good opener. That's why PSG LGD did go for that one. So it does, it already makes things a little bit more complicated for T1.
So now that LGD picks up the Earthshaker Snapfire, I'm assuming is the Earthshaker 3 that we've been seeing a lot these days, or could they flex the ET like OG sometimes does?
Looking at what they got so far, PSG LGD, they ran that Prophet exclusively as a position 3. So this time around, it might need to be a mid hero, and then you have Earthshaker as the offlane, because Snapfire plus ET seems like the support duo in this one.
Okay.
They have probably the best heroes in the game to choose where you want to take a fight.
Yeah.
With Earthshaker, ET, Snapfire, Roche fights are going to be almost impossible for T1 to defend. Yes, you have Magnus, you have Skewer, but PSG LGD can, with a lot of their spells, just say stop, we're taking this fight out where we want it to be.
There's so much team fight again. Just every time I see PSG LGD, they cover themselves with absurd team fight. And again, I'm already looking at the scaling. They've got ET. They have the carry for the last pick. Well, second to last pick, of course. T1 does have the last pick time around. They set themselves up for late game. So T1, I mean, what's the option that they want to go for their carry? And I think that's why we see PSG LGD also going for the Earthshaker, because they're trying to deter T1 from going for a melee carry. Because I've seen so many times these Shakers as this 3 position just dominate these melee carries. So now T1's like, okay, so we'll grab a Medusa so that I don't play into this Earthshaker that's just eating enchant totems and fissures.
And on the Medusa point, we're talking, well, you can't get a strength carry because DP, you can't get an edgy carry because Elder Titan. Medusa, edgy carry does not rely too much on the armor, so ET not that much of a counter. But is there synergy with the Medusa in her draft right now?
She doesn't benefit that much. She doesn't get the cleave, has a built-in cleave, so Empower is still going to be some extra damage, which is nice. One thing that PSG LGD needs to be careful about is possibly going inside a triangle early on and try to block the ancient stacks or the big camp so that Medusa cannot get that much farm. They don't have the best heroes to invade. Like, they're good at rotating, but they're not as good as taking the stack as T1 is.
And what's the role of the Dawnbreaker as well? Because the healing with the team, not great synergy. Mobility is just okay here.
Yeah, it's just okay. I think it's just like this T1 idea of always just having some type of counter initiation. That's like their jam. So I think they wanted to have in there too. But it's different. I mean, We have not gotten to see this hero too much, so I'm a bit skeptical on it, especially because they haven't played it. Did they play it here at all? Maybe they had one game that I don't remember, but I don't remember them playing it.
I don't remember them playing it.
Okay.
So, right now for T1, we're missing one last hero. If we're just looking at these 4 heroes, what is the weaknesses you're seeing? What is it, what they're missing about their draft?
I want a secondary initiator. I know Lion eventually does get that like blink dagger, same thing with the Magnus, but I want somebody else that also goes in and starts fights. Also a little bit damage lacking. Right. Medusa takes some time to build up, so I want someone else that comes online a little bit earlier and is looking to be that playmaker with the Lion, with the Dawnbreaker.
And if we're looking at LGD, Lacoste, is there anything they're missing from this draft right now?
So far, so good. This is a great early game-oriented lineup that scales really well, especially once ET has his aura maxed out. There's going to be a lot of stuff on the ground, a lot of
fantasy
damage. Just a fissure in the snapfire ulti, ET stomp, you couldn't get someone killed, especially the backlines of T1.
T1 got him.
Okay, the final bans are coming in, and it's going to be mid. Actually, pop him back
T1 ही demote होगा.
Next here.
Am I hearing the shaker clap?
2-0 जाएगा ये हमको लग रहा है.
It might be actually. Wow, the audience is really pumped today.
I got a little bit of a background right there, yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
All we're missing is our boy Ogre.
Yep,
he's the best
claps
for me.
Yep.
They were the 2 clappers, and yeah. See, for those of you that think this audience is fake, well, we just have the stadium filled with people, our Shaker fans. Is the last pick for T1 an advantage this time? Could they surprise us with something? Because last time they couldn't really flex anything, they couldn't really pull off anything.
Yeah, maybe Ursa wouldn't be as bad. I just really love anything that can build into Diffusal Blade against Medusa. And overall matchup, during the Season 2, it was starting getting popular, Ursa as a counter pick to Medusa, because she was extremely powerful at that point. And I thought it's not going to be a good thing, but Ursa just completely destroys Medusa.
Yeah, Secret's been running it a lot, so they see it as a high-value pick. Would you agree with the Ursa idea?
Yeah, definitely can see a gap closing built into their team. Stuff like that. It's always nice to have any type of like. You don't need, most of these Ursas, they are building Blink again a bit more, but having that extra thing is always really nice. They're just gonna go back, just hey, stable, Itame. You're playing versus Medusa. Reflection's good. High base armor as well. Have to worry because now like the Lion is going to have a little bit of a better game, especially in mid game if it does get to like this farming thing where you're just hexing and mana draining illusions in team fights. So this Lion actually went up a little bit for me in priority, a little bit better now for T1. But this is it's just stability, right? It's like Ame, what are you going to carry the game with? Okay, it's a pretty decent TB game. It's not a bad one by any means. So let's see what T1 does for the solution. Do they pick something like those like Tinkers, those Zeuses? Are they going to try to hard counter this Terrorblade?
First Zeus? And they could go for it. Is Ember Spiller still available? He is. Yes, not enough. There's one silence, long duration silence from Dead Prophet.
Oh,
they go into Doom.
So that's more T1. Okay.
Yeah. So tell me, what does this Doom do for the draft, Fog?
He just needs to full commit. Like he needs to full commit for the Terrorblade. We've seen teams do it in the past. I know VP was one of the biggest ones like years ago, where it was like they saw Terrorblade, they just picked Doom, and you Doom him in the entirety of the game. No matter what inside the team fights. And they also will be able to keep scaling going. That's the thing, I've seen a lot of these Midases. So now we have a pretty good scaling Tricore coming out from T1. If they're able to slow the pace of the game down, they also potentially could have some, late game prowess versus PSG LGD.
The only hero that kind of stands out to me is this Dawnbreaker. I don't feel like it fits in the lineup because you don't have anything else that is more focused on the defensive side of Dota this time around.
Right. Well, we've heard from our panelists. Now we can get right into. Oh, wait, no, actually, no. We need to know what's going to happen in this game. We need to know what to look out for, and that's why PFJ is here to give us the last word.
Thank you.
यार 4 क्रेडिट कर दो भैया.
Total number of player deaths at end game.
Lại lấy tảo rồi nha.
Sao trong này đi, vài bo đi.
I gambled, you lost.
Team with most rooms.
Handsome devil, aren't I? What did you expect?
saw this kind of working slow, but we caught it officially. First blood goes the way of PSG LGD. This is game 2 of a best-of-3 between these two in the upper bracket for TI10 main stage. Cinder, what are your thoughts on these particular lineups and your favorite hero right now, Dawnbreaker?
I think LGD have a really high chance of winning this game because they got first blood. Okay. All jokes aside, yeah, I love Dawnbreaker. I think the hero is super fun. I actually thought we were going to see it more in TI and given more priority than it has been, but hasn't exactly been shining, sitting on a measly 25% win rate group, just 2 and 6.
Very sad.
Only been 5 times. I think a lot of people even predicted it's the most banned hero of the event and just wasn't. We're getting the replay here.
Yeah, that was basically a ravage by
great
Iron, but yeah, Zeph ended up being first blooded there. But yeah, I agree with Lacaze. I was thinking the same thing. Typically when you have a Dawnbreaker, I mean, again, it's just a support here, but when you have a Dawnbreaker, you want some sort of initiator that has a lower cooldown that you can just set up consistently with your ult. They have RP, a very long cooldown. That's basically it. So the Guardian is kind of the reason you pick this hero, I feel, other than the laning stage, which she's very strong at.
Yeah, a simple breakdown of Dawnbreaker is you're really strong in the first 5 minutes, and then you have your ult, and that's pretty much it as a support. Like, your other spells are nice for a while, but later down the line, you just do very little against BKBs, against just getting enough stats and getting more mobility. They eventually start trumping a lot of what you do. Your stun is super situational because you need time to wind it up, like something like a Lion that just connects it, as Carl is almost dying in mid here.
Yeah.
Nothing to say.
Nothing to say.
Well, let's talk about this lane then. Nothing to say, obviously playing the Death Part versus Doom. We're not playing as much Doom mid patch. I want to say about 6 months ago, this was basically the standard. How about this matchup overall?
Really like DP in this matchup just because you're playing against a melee strength hero. Some of DP's best matchups are the ones where she can keep running down with Spirit Siphon in lane and just do a lot of damage, and should be very good against Carl, who still had a very good first couple of waves. He has 9 CS here, not too shabby at all. But yeah, I would imagine, especially, look at the lane positioning right now in mid. Like, this is what you want as DP. Don't sit here. Yep. All right, just keep them every time the wave is here. Carl comes forward. Bet he's gonna get summoned, and you bet he's gonna run him down a little bit here. Actually going 2-point in Crypt Swarm, and Carl has to yield again, deny. Nothing to say, we'll just, I think, try to keep the wave here again. So
I want to say, back when Devour gave health regen, this would have been much more manageable for Doom.
Yeah.
But now it's, like, obviously burst damage is what you mostly fear, but this damage from DP is just constant. This seemingly always up. A lot of rune control, you can push the waves. Yep. There's almost, like, what's the reasoning for Doom? Is this just they're like, okay, it didn't have to be originally the mid, but they just felt like it fit better this game for whatever reason.
Above all else, I think it's comfort, right? It's one, this is their best strategy, is playing Medusa, Doom, and Magnus, right? They're basically like, okay, we're down 0-1, let's pick our best heroes that work together. And T1, I just think, when I think of this team, I think Doom and Medusa as their 2 best. So they got both of them. It is pretty much on the greedy side, right? Like Doom, Medusa, Magnus. Doesn't get much greedier than that. But at the same time, you look at LGD's thing, which isn't necessarily the
yeah, we're into the Crypt Swarm. I mean, honestly, pretty easy kill and pretty expected as well.
I feel like that's not the best voice line usage from Carl there. I don't feel like nothing to say lost there. But I do feel like able. So he got 50% of his voice line right. So
all right, if you agree with Cinder, make sure to cheer.
Yeah,
we'll know if you agree.
Technically correct, which we both know is the best correct. Thank you, Shannon, for ruining
I definitely remember that quote.
Yep, we all looked into each other's. Thank you.
Carl looking for a high five. Don't think it's going to be reciprocated. There's the cheers for Cinder, and they love you. Look at that. They're even putting the gold thingies in there, whatever those are called.
I love you back.
And bot lane,
people gonna
we're seeing a repeat of on that Terrorblade, and draft panel was kind of discussing this. What are your thoughts? Do you agree with them overall? Hold that, Carl. Don't hold that, Cinder, and let it go.
Not hold.
Let it.
I agree with the draft panel on
the Terrorblade pick. Oh, looks like Zephyr is going to get to the high ground thanks to that celestial hammer.
It's solid. Like, obviously, the pick of the draft here was the duo against the Terrorblade, but they didn't have that information at the time. But Terrorblade does fare pretty well against Medusa, I'd say, for the most part.
Fox the Mango, but remember, Zephyr, Dawnbreaker, super sticky at this stage of the game. Neither will die, so it'll end up in a stalemate.
In my experience playing Dawnbreaker as a support, Terrorblade, that's a rough matchup. He just overpowers you. It's too strong. You can't really go in without getting killed, especially when the Scotty comes out. As far as the Lion matchups, I think it was maybe also just by scarcity of good carries that were left, right? I think they wanted the Morphling that T1 ended up last inning, so that was a good ban. And you just looked at, okay, we have a lineup. We have good lanes, so we can afford to go for a greedy late game carry that needs a bit of time to build up because we've got all the boxes checked basically, and Terrorblade was the best strong late game carry left in the pool.
Yeah, you can see nothing to say. Using Exorcism in the mid lane and already doing half damage to the tower. They won't be able to finish in all likelihood, but the rotations, in fact, when it's a get a Doom TP as well. It's on the sideline with the Echo Stop. It's going to connect successfully. Not sure if LGD can actually any further, but still, damage done.
Yeah, they got, what's that, 80% of that? Minute 5?
And that's the level of first exorcism of the game. We're going to see the getting chased a bit, but you can see the Starbreak forcing nothing to say out. But again, this is 2v3 in the mid lane. This is going to create so much for LGD's cores to farm.
Yeah, we might end up in a situation again similar to the last one where Ahmed just gets completely free reign because nothing to save forces so much pressure onto mid.
Seems to be an emerging pattern here. Both Dragon Knight and DP have a similar style of accomplishing this.
And in last game, they third picked Dragon Knight. This game, they actually second picked DP very early in the draft. So seems to be a strategic approach for them to secure Ahmed. Good game. By the way, 21 denies on the Terrorblade, just really shutting down Magnus and not letting him very much here for Cuckoo. Working on Helm of the Dawn. Not sure how much I like that this game on Doom.
Got the cookie initiation again. Faith Beyond and Company Fender connects. But the counter Starbreaker with the rotation from Whitemon. Looks like the very leading T1. The trade they're looking for. 23 Savage, in fact, getting the credit for that one.
Ended up getting blocked off a little bit there. Zephyr will quickly go and back to the neutral so he can get back to base faster.
And this is looking like close to a tower death. 7 minutes. Look how low that tower is right now. Nothing to say. Just having his way this game, which typically for the opposing, not a good sign. But I mean, looking at T1's side, obviously Medusa, extremely good late game carry. And then we've talked about this so many times, but once Doom does get online, you can just delete a core, which Ame obviously be their first choice for.
This does feel like the kind of game where if it goes late and PSG don't manage to truly execute, have a very good shot, if not favored, very late into the game. And likes playing long games, as we know. They have, especially in the previous tournaments, had some marathon games over an hour. And if it gets to that stage, if they can weather the storm, I think a really good shot here with Medusa. So hopefully for them, they get to build up. Obviously, LGD's strategy, they're doing very well so far. They have a 1k lead against a Doom mid, level 3 Devour, so effectively against a lot of other strategies, you could consider this maybe a 2k lead, almost taking mid tower as well. So definitely on the back foot right here, R1. But I've doubted their Medusa games, but
nothing to say. Exorcism rotation to the top lane. Fissure will connect, but nothing to say. They're not going to see him. 23 Savage gets out. Oh, Fake Beyond very close to actually getting the cancel.
Fissure actually ended up.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
He didn't get the blocking angle he was hoping for. He ended up blocking himself more than the Medusa actually. Now, this is actually coming in from the side.
Has been killed.
Gets the current kills, now they know he's there.
Yeah. Zephyr, there's the Doom onto Fate Beyond, trying to run away here. Looks like at the very least he will drop. Whitemon might be the sacrifice. To say, Exorcism lies in the vicinity. They will take him out in the end, 1 for 1. Carl, Echo Stomp as well. That T1 able to just walk away very safely here. But great defense.
They get the core.
Yeah.
They get that kill. Who got the bounty for it? It was Carl himself. killing the courier as well as the shaker. So approaching top net worth now on this mid doom. Midas is arriving as well. So the ramp up is really going to start now. Gets a nice little bottle refill from Whitemon as well.
There's a Midas for Carl.
The swiftness aura here. I thought he was going to take the centaur, but obviously the swiftness aura might help him a little bit with the farming speed in the jungle.
He really likes tomatoes, I'm sure. Delicious ketchup.
As does anyone sane. So that's TV.
Well, if they're cooked, maybe. He's going to be spotted here, but should be fun. He's going to get it. That's not the hook stop. That one was not worth it, I don't think. The tower taking heavy damage, but here's the rotation from T1. Even 23 Savages come to play. Trying to take up Kimu. Looked like he'll survive. On the other side, trying to keep out. Ain't gonna happen. And this tower will fall one way or the other, but Cuckoo looks like he wants to defend. Trying to get the deny with it. He's gonna take the damage. He's gonna be further.
Middle tower
It's just gonna be given up.
And something we haven't talked about very much. I really like Elder Titan as a hero against Medusa. I think when you're playing against these static pushers, like let's say Medusa, Terrorblade, etc.
Like the siege tank type.
Yeah, you don't have very much mobility going your way, so it's so easy for Elder Titan to land these stomps every single time Medusa shows. They have nothing to get the Medusa out of there. You can't haste anything.
It's going to result in a kill either way.
And it's going to probably lead to a tower.
Indeed. No, that's actually a really good point, but I mean, it's interesting that you've talked about this many times, how strong Elder Titan is right now. We talked about the win rate and pick rate and all that good stuff. And I think it's really cool that in past TIs, like the pick ban system was a lot different, right? We had 4 bans in the first phase, which means now, if there's a handful of heroes that teams are really prioritizing, some of them are going to get through, and it changes all the time. So the fact that we're actually seeing some of these heroes consistently get through is cool, in my opinion.
For sure. And you can't really fault either of the teams for the doing right. There's just a lot of heroes that are really good and they're just doing everything.
And a finger of death. Very nicely played from T1. Beautiful positioning.
Oh, he died.
Several times over.
Yeah, I think we could have definitely killed him at least 2.5 times there.
Hey,
with what they did.
Finger charge is worth it, Cinderin.
Of course.
Got to stack those things up.
But maybe he didn't need like Terrorblade isn't exactly very tanky, but they get it done. They play it safe. They really want that big army kill. I think he didn't die last game, so probably feels really good to kill Terrorblade at least once across 2 games.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
That's an understatement, no doubt about it. But
Radiant's
you see, top net worth goes
under
to
attack.
Carl on the Doom. No big surprise, despite the little bit of a rough start. He would bring his way back just because he is playing the Doombringer after all.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. Fake casting his Thunderclap.
That's a lot of mana, by the way. He actually
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What's a lot to you?
No, okay, they 150 mana. Yeah, I just haven't eaten that. I stay away from tomatoes, like I said, so
makes a lot of sense, actually.
Dire are scanning.
The potato, on the other hand.
No, and you definitely don't play micro heroes that would take it.
That's true.
So
that's true.
You go into the draft screen, you see a Panther band. No, then I pick Pango band. Yes, then I pick Centaur. So not exactly a lot of variety there.
Man, you just ruined my pubs for the next year, Cinderin. Now everybody knows my strategy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Created here by T1. As it looks like that Centaur is going to be able to push
Radiant's
the bottom tier 1 successfully.
Has
As Blink Dagger already online, which I guess it is position 3, so you're going to get more farm priority for beyond on this Earthshaker. Let's see if this is go time for them. I mean, they have the Yules on nothing to say. I would assume going for BKB. Oh, it looks like it's a travel first before the BKB stop.
Yeah, it was one or the other. Because he has both of them in quick buy. No, that's the standard build. You go sometimes you will see Kaya Sanj.
Radiant's bottom tower
is under attack. It's going to be a kill on Whitemon.
If you're wondering what that flying thing was, DP has been changed in 730. It's not a hero we've seen a lot, but the silence is now projectile. The cast point has been lowered, so it's quicker to cast than it was for the last couple of years, but it needs to travel. So if you're in very short, very close proximity, it's actually bad.
Yeah, that's one of those.
Every distance targeted.
It's one of those skills that that was the longest unchanged skill basically, like since Dota 1, other than the duration and balance wise. In terms of how it works,
conceptually, it's been the same forever. Yeah,
that is an OG right there for sure.
I have a bit of trivia for you.
Oh boy!
Can you name a hero that had exact same spells that it's had for the entire history of the hero?
Sven?
No.
I mean, Warcry is slightly different, I guess. All right, I had to think about this one. Don't tell me. We're gonna have a 4-man smoke here from LGD. Carl. Finger of Death finishes off, nothing to say. And T1 showing up in fifth here. Have a 3% lead and make it to his cube. Whipping to the star. Okay, Echo stop. Delay. That is a quick 3 kills for T1. A Y on the run. He is fine. Potentially some damage up to this tier 1 mid as well.
Very good stuff there from T1. Just so fast, right? They immediately see any sort of opening. They just pop on. They used all their key ultimates here, but it's well worth it. So this close lap doesn't clip. Dooms. Meat gets doomed. The Solar Guardian comes in, and they just connect very quickly. And this RP is what seals the deal. Again, nothing to say. No good way to him. Very well done by T1.
Yep, good execution.
4K lead. They're in a great position right now.
Quick fingers from Carl, as always. As we see another kill on the snap out here in the replay.
So where were we with Sven? Sven used to have Devotion Aura.
Okay. I actually don't remember that one. That's before my time.
It's a very good There's a small handful of heroes still, I think. I want to say it's less than 5 that have the original spells. Like entirely. Basically, but still same concept.
We have a pick pull usage. It's beyond. Very nicely done. As Roshan is being attentive. Despite being down 4K net worths in LGD. Looks like they're going to get it. Yeah, not expecting this.
This is basically when you pick ultimate lineups against the team that can kill Roche, right? If you don't manage to get the Roche off it, they're going to go and take that objective. So very good awareness here from Jimmy that they can get away with this. Unfortunately for LGD, I guess you could say unfortunate. I don't know if it's unfortunate, but both of their Aegis carriers are transmission-based heroes to an extent, right? DP's ulti doesn't transfer through Aegis. I think there was a time when it did, I want to say.
I don't remember that.
But I'm pretty certain. Anyway, but they're going to give it to Terrorblade. And Terrorblade, in many ways, is probably one of the best transformation heroes of it on because of how much he still does with his second life. He has Reflect, the Sunder, the Conjure images as well.
Late game, when you get Axe, he gets basically on the meta anyway. Just see, that's a position 5.
Yep.
Still takes a while to kill. She's beefy.
Yep. Good strength gain, has the back that he could use. Could have taken a little bit longer to kill, but can save it for a rainy day. Actually,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
23 Savage. Tier 1's gonna force out the 4. Beyond does have Echo Snap back online.
They're a little bit cautious about pushing here because the LGD heroes went missing top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Perspective, they could have easily smoked or TP'd mid tier 2 instead of a defense here. They didn't. Now finally, Fion's going to go in and defend. He almost let the tower fall to creeps, as a matter of fact, before he got the confidence to go here. I guess at some point you're just like, okay, they must have left. He didn't have a ward seeing T1 backing off, so he couldn't confidently cover that tower. PSLG understand how important it is, and even though it isn't in that range, I reckon they keep it standing here just for the vision and the potential TP control later. The glyph is on a very long cooldown, however, so still think 23 Savage will want to go there. But it can function effectively bait, right? Yeah. When you're playing against a team and there's a mid-tier 1 tower and all these teams know.
Potentially huge kill. Oh! Double pumping on the Doom.
Doesn't want to doom him. He doesn't know where the backup is of the team, and of course there is the Aegis. No Aegis there. That's an instant doom for sure, but yeah.
So ends up negating that smoke. You won't. Still 3 minutes to go for this Aegis timer. Who we casting was it yesterday where they weren't afraid to all in on the Aegis on that high ground?
Yeah, that was IG against Spirit.
Yeah. The meta popped.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Does T1 that mid tier 1?
Dire's top tower is under
That's
attack.
that mid tier Cinderin. Very easy to say.
Yep.
As Scotty looks to be next for Ame. Yeah, this is just going to be given up. Again, just respecting that Aegis. At the pick pull on Whitemon now. Does each team have one?
Sometimes I wonder how they get their ideas. Like, who came up with that?
Probably Slacks.
Squeal like that.
Probably Slacks.
Probably.
I mean, he came up with an axe, so
yeah, thanks.
Anything's possible. I've actually seen much. I want to say the first couple days of the group stage started to fall off a bit.
Basically the thanks Obama of Dota is thanks Lex, I think. Pretty great ideas, Lex. Thanks for that.
Many more to come.
I feel like T1 might want to make a move again here. Like, they didn't use anything. They have their smoke ready. This is one of the biggest benefits to Dawnbreaker, what you're seeing in action right now, by the way. Similar to how Spectre as a carry, Dawnbreaker can just sit on the opposite side of the map and keep covering the dead lane, as I've heard it's called. And then whenever your team makes a move, you can always connect with Solar Guardian. And if you do, comparatively to a Spectre, it's a relatively minor loss. So expect to see Zephyr sitting up here a lot of the time, just pushing out this lane. If he gets ganked by heroes, it's okay, you know, whatever. Apparently, do have the smoke coming in here. They want to try to see if they can get a jump on Faith Beyond. He's very aware.
Carl whips himself, trying to find Faith Beyond in trees, and can't put him. Blink Dagger's not up for another 6 seconds. He hits. They will find a pickup onto Jin Q instead.
Yeah. Knows there's a ward there now, of course, being caught in the trees, but what a great play from Faith Beyond to stand there in that line and get out. The one escape he had. Yeah, he found it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He gets the shot, and it's going to be an easy kill. T1 again. So T1 starting to mount a very, very big lead. Of course, it is a Doom, so have to keep that slightly in mind here.
Well, Gabe likes them.
Yeah, what's
Gabe
the percentage?
71%.
That's quite a bit. Faith Beyond, Fissure.
I gambled. I gambled. You lost.
Faith Beyond is working the Aghanim Scepter for himself.
What do you think about the Sheesh voice line? Do you like it?
Who does that?
Whitemon, whenever T1 literally anything.
I'll have to hear it. That's from Undying.
How have you not heard it?
I'm not gonna lie.
It's just like 20 times this game.
Cinder, I don't even listen to you. You think I listen to the voice? The fact that you find it so funny is funny in and of itself, I think. Whitemon now. Ooh, he's actually working on Ags. Very cool. So Dawnbreaker, Aghanim Scepter. Basically control with your ult. You can pop it immediately, so it's only a 1 second lag time, or you can wait longer. It heals more, and it provides 60% evasion for any allies in the area.
Which is godly against Terrorblade, who generally doesn't buy MKB or doesn't want to. Doesn't do much against DP. The Ghosts have True Strike, but against Terrorblade it is very, very good.
It's only the first time I've seen Ags in a pro game, actually.
Yeah, you're right. Some of the games we saw in the group stages were...
Oh my god, they actually found it. Alright. It's gonna be a kill.
To the 7
So PSGLG6 take out Carl, who again is the top net worth right now.
Maybe a little bit of a false feeling of safety because of that he did have up there, but they knew it was there and they took a different angle than standing there in tree line. Went a little bit too far. It's a big pick for LGD. Unfortunately for them, Shan can't respawn yet, so they won't be able to get that with that Doom kill, but it's a very major gold swing when you kill such a rich hero.
Terrorblade का metamorphosis करता है,
and then a minute without him farming and
it quickly adds up.
His might, devour, all that good stuff.
Yep.
क्यों लेकिन क्यों क्या होता है उससे?
Many alchemists, but at the same time, you feel the power of him. Alchemist
damage increase होता है, then it's okay.
But for Doom, it's being being able to put yourself in position to get his ult off has huge impact on the game.
बस spam करते रहो वो skill को. Doesn't matter कि
he's going to be jumping around.
Dire are scanning.
Doesn't have much mana to speak of right now.
I'm actually surprised we end up getting a draft with T1 in it that gets a last pick Doom. Like, this seems like such a good
हम सोचते हैं कि अभी Terror Blade खेलना चाहिए.
Even in the third,
लेकिन
LGD did not.
पहले एक बार खेले थे ना एकदम नुबड़ा जैसे खेले थे तो फिर उसका मन नहीं गया. I'm ठीक.
Willingly picking it into a hard lane matchup and they're still making.
क्योंकि वो image control नहीं हो रहा था ना. Image separate control नहीं हो रहा था.
Very early figure of death. I'm actually not sure he got the stack there, but
well, he has 4. I believe he had 3. So
just to clarify, when I said he's out, I meant of the game.
Yeah, that's the old cast.
If there was any sort of confusion there, obviously very clearly going for that there.
And so many of those Tinker wards have been placed and dewarded in a game with no Tinker. Just seeing like how much split pushing is occurring in this meta right now, regardless of hero in the game. Now, let's do some item progressions here. So, Ame has the Scotty.
मेरा सब prediction incorrect है, पता है सब. तीन incorrect है.
Finishing that.
अच्छा है.
Nothing to say.
दूसरा का भी far.
He has his boots of travel BKB utilized and
मैं अगर
like you said was very standard build overall.
It's surprising to see them smoke here. Like he's 800 gold away from BKB. Do they feel cornered enough to have this move? I get that you have the 9-second BKB on DP, but getting the one on Terrorblade on top of it would be really good. I guess they need to put the area because Roshan can respawn any second now. So maybe this is just by necessity. So that's got to be it. If Rose couldn't be up, I don't think they do this.
Savage fissure into the initiation. Nothing stands above his BKB, but he just runs away. Potentially from LGD. We'll see if T1 can take advantage. There's now 23 Savage. You can see his build. That's why Scotty just picked up that BKB.
This is really
one
bad.
of the few mistakes from
Dyer's
LGD we've seen.
BKB and system for what? Like now you can just loot Roach in 30 seconds. You don't have your one of your cores effectively.
बाप रे बाप क्या हो रहा है ये मर गया 23 सेकंड देखिए मेडुसा को मार
will be successful.
बाप रे बाप क्या फाइट हुआ
7 deaths for PSG LGD.
4 साल चला है वो फाइट इधर से लेके उधर से लेके इधर से लेके उधर से लेके 4 साल चला है फाइट
Looks like LGD somehow did disrupt that.
Big winner was terribly 1100 net worth game.
Very good.
Insane fight. After that 3-man RP3 and Horn toss, there's no way LGD get that outcome. How in the world did they end up? It's obviously because Kim is dead. Like the instant stun from Shaker. Faith Beyond with the super clutch. If he they're screwed, man. But they end up
वो कुकी बहुत अच्छा था पता है ग्रैंडमा का कुकी एकदम डूम को छेद दिया बस डूम भी लाइक मैं चलता हूँ
So why is kind of walking on his Elder Titan start?
पहले अर्चेकर किया फिर वो ग्रैंडमा कुकी कर दी ले भाई स्टन पे स्टन मार दिया
Could have been optimized a little bit here where we're kind of, you know, picking apart the minor details when it comes to this level of play.
Oh, that was actually a crazy fight. Oh, but we got the Titan Sliver next in there for Ame. The Dream neutral drop.
Yep.
And obviously
has the Paladin Sword. I would imagine he wants to swap. Does he want to keep Paladin Sword just for the last? He's currently not changing.
Really?
Usually you do see Terrorblades gravitate toward Titan Sliver for a couple of reasons. First of all, your base damage is insane in Metamorphosis, so you get way more damage out of that item than most heroes do. Secondly, your hero is primarily susceptible to disables, so having the status resistance helps a lot. And it gives magic resistance on a hero that has a lot of armor. It's like incredible. This item was made for this hero, basically, but he's still opting for the Paladin Sword because he wants the lifesteal. I guess against Doom, he might feel like that's more valuable.
He's not queuing up a Satanic either, so maybe the fact that he's not going lifesteal right now.
Maybe he has to go MKB because of the Ags on Dawn, and then he will get
the fact that you have to do that because of position 4 bot Ags.
Yep.
Kind of crazy. But we did see the impact there. I think he didn't hold the Solar Guardian for that long. We talked about how it's really just RP setting that up if you want to actually extend the duration.
Okay with Lion on a single target, but it's not the greatest, I agree.
As we can see, smoke now from PSG LGD. So despite that fight being a wash, you can see T1 continue to pull away just a bit in terms of net worth. And that's what happens with Doom and a or a mid-game to late-game Medusa. Becomes really hard to handle. And Roche is being attempted. See if LGD can actually contest here.
Well, they're keeping that.
Yeah, I mean, Elder Titan might be the best hero in the entire game at contesting Roche.
He is the king of stalling to Tinker. Old Tinker.
Aegis and Shard. Scouting it out with the Astral Spirit. Getting the massive damage to come, I'm sure.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Actually, are they just going to give it up here? It looks like PSG are not committing to the pit.
They're showing Faith Beyond close to the tier 2.
BKB?
All right, they force out the BKB, so yeah, you're right. This so Aegis, Shard.
Dire's middle
Shard will be
tower
consumed
is
from
under
Medusa.
attack.
So that's going to be the Carl. See if they can actually pick this up. Cuckoo. And a finger of death from Whitemon is enough. So typically when you're for like that, the other team can pick up, but in this case, T1 gets both.
I have a fun fact for you that I just realized. The one game PSG has the environment they had DP.
Well,
they actually
DP more than once.
And the first phase did here. So, well, not saying they're going to lose this game, but it is looking very good for T1.
Absolutely.
They're sitting on Aegis 20-gold lead, an insane late game, which, to be honest, LG can match for a large portion, but at some point it just feels like, well, if Doom goes a little bit further and gets the refresher, he should easily be able to get at least one of his Dooms onto Terrorblade. And then it's a matter of protecting Medusa as she clicks people down one at a time. Level 25s are also somewhat on the horizon here. Medusa level 23.5. For comparison, Ame is level 20 on the Terrorblade, and that's just how it goes.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He actually kept it the entire time. Now Fabian taking the brunt. And here as Cuckoo gets the score off. Live with the force having here the exit to the goal as well. That fissure is Cuckoo out to BKB into the skewer.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Successful at getting out. Zephyr surrounding his but dies shortly after. LGD with a nice exchange here. They lose Faith Beyond.
What a godly cookie that was.
They get Doom.
Very, very nicely done, yeah. At the very least for T1, they do Shaker and they don't lose the fate. And, you know, a lot of spells are committed that time around for LGD to find these 2 kills. They use Echo Slam, they use Exorcism. Even the Herald was used there. The biggest deal in this game comparatively, but it might mean that T1 are ready for their own move in 30 seconds. They're actually moving out relatively aggressively with 3 heroes. Those spells on cooldown on an Aegis and Medusa, they feel confident. He said he got the shard, so which single target spells does he even...
bottom tower is under attack.
The only one.
Spirit Siphon, Sunburst.
Spirit Siphon is very, very good.
That's
amazing against that.
Any does it work on it's not like a Yules or something like that?
I don't think so. The
With a
wording says spell.
Yeah.
I don't know that. Very disappointing.
It's okay.
I'll be better.
He actually has Ags queued up after the Silver Edge for Savage, so that'll end up synergizing to turn people to stone. But on the other side, Ame did complete the MKB like you talked about. I would assume he actually is going for Daedalus next, so just raw damage for the most part. Still no lifesteal, which is why he's still continuing to keep that neutral item. It's not often you see no lifesteal as actual item purchase.
I'm being told by chat that it does work on items, so there's a 50% chance that it works on probably.
Oh boy.
We're gonna assume that chat is always right. Good job.
Radiant's
so
middle tower is under attack.
Good to know. I'll believe it when I see it though. Uh-oh. 23 Savage incoming.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant's
middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
I am so wrong. Charo wrong hai. Charo prediction.
I mean, at this stage of the game, this is kind of a high ground defense game for PSG LGD, especially against Navis. And you can't ask for a much better team to defend.
Radiant's middle
I'm Charo wrong.
Titan +4 is all you really need.
Yeah.
Like,
Radiant's middle tower
How many
has fallen.
staffs do they have? They have 0 4 staffs. T1. That
और
means
TI ही जीतेगा. T1 ही जीतेगा.
a complete block of
क्यों बोले तो obviously दूसरा है.
Radiant's
really
top
gets out of
tower
it
is
is
under attack.
है और लेकिन ये लोग late game जानबूझ के force कर
the
रहा
other
है.
hero will be stuck.
PSG का style है fast.
Their siege hero is ranged,
Dire's bottom
so
tower
it's hard
is
to
under
Slow
attack.
में शायद हंसता है, लेकिन इसलिए slow नहीं
It's
खेलता.
really
Radiant's
hard to
top
kill her,
tower is
but
under attack.
23 Savage did actually complete the Ags and does not have buyback now. So killing her once this 8 is taken out of the picture.
Very true. It's expiring in 5 seconds.
Dire's bottom tower is under
The T1
attack.
definitely with the advantage
Radiant
now.
structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under
जो भी हो
attack.
next match देखना है Medusa ban कर देगा. Medusa ban करेगा, Doom ban करेगा.
That's with the so
ये match हारेगा ये लोग
teams
अगर
to build up further. I think
ऐसे ही
LGD
चलता
would
रहे.
like to wait with Bing until they have the Terrorblade as well. Even though MK Crystallis, which is powerful, he has, based on 23 Savage's item build, I actually think he will overpower the Medusa completely when it's the Daedalus, just because the raw damage and tankiness that 23
Dire's
Savage has with this
bottom
build
tower is
doesn't
under
really matter.
attack.
Say, well, what could have been? Daedalus himself at least, which he isn't opting for. He's got silver like we talked about.
Obviously doesn't want to go butterfly because MKB again already.
So what would we get? I mean, Rapier would be the obvious choice. Medusa at that point, you're probably stronger than the Terrorblade with the Rapier plus Daedalus. But for now, a fully decked out Ame will
Radiant's top tower
terrifying. And
is under
also,
attack.
we're talking a lot about the carry versus carry matchup, but we should be focusing quite a lot on the Magnus and Doom as well. T1, they're really setting up the fights for them, and if any of these get caught by a fissure, Terrorblade is going to kill them in like 4 hits.
Right.
Once these items are done, so okay, maybe not the Doom. That's a bit of a
Radiant's
stretch.
top tower
Magnus
has
is
fallen.
not particularly with this build. He's sitting on 19 armor, and that's basically it. None of his items really make him tanky at all.
Well, 77% win probability for T1.
Yeah, still looking great. It's been flatlining.
Dire's
It
bottom
has for a
tower
while.
is under attack.
Y is working on Aghanim Scepter for himself, so
Radiant's
that's
top
going to give him
tower is under attack.
basically the VKB once
Dire's
that
structures
Spirit
are
returns.
fortified.
What do you think of the shard for that hero? Where you think this is your Spirit?
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Zephyr. Force out the BKB, Faith Beyond. Looks like he's going to do the job, though. Cancel his own speed. Attempts to get out. The nice slow coming out as well. And he might actually be fine, but he doesn't have... I guess he doesn't have a TP.
I think he wasn't sure whether he wanted to use this Doom, so he doesn't have it on anyone else, but he ends up throwing it. And then refreshes for the Shivas, doesn't find Shaker. We'll have another Doom if the fight is to break out, but this is probably going to slow down T1 a little bit. Ideally, we'll wait for Carl to have at least BKB, maybe BKB and Refresher. In that case, well, you're getting into a maxed out plate here pretty much. Can still swap out Sanjay Gash as well as the power treads, but think he wants to keep ESNY for as long as possible. We'd probably see him get like Moon Shard before he replaces that for another item.
Yeah.
So not very much growth left here for Amit for a bit. Main things he wants actually are from Roshan. Maybe a better neutral item.
Cuckoo. Oh, that's insane. Figure of death. And another big say, another to his name. So Spike getting off to, I want to say, a really good start. Kind of tapered off a bit on this DP. Looks like he's going for Lincoln's next, so the anti-Doom builds are coming.
But still needs to worry about some other cancels though. Obviously, Mana Drain, Blink Hack.
Yep. Nope.
Coco trying his luck.
Good attempt there. 60 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower is under
attack. To come back. Does have buyback though, and still with his ult intact. 23 Savage now poking.
There is an exposed fissure angle when 23 Savage is standing on the high ground there to get off the attacks. Obviously, they have no ways to get vision any other way. Needs to be a little bit careful about the Shaker block on Medusa in the base.
Third Roche is... He's actually going to be as Faith Beyond drops 65 seconds, no Earthshaker, no buyback, and more importantly, because T1 probably doesn't know yet, the buyback, no Echo Slam anyway. Yep, into the Roche pit they go.
Gotta be very confident with this. They will have their second Doom as well in just 15 seconds, so could connect over there, but I don't even think it's gonna need to. I think PLGD are very careful with even approaching Roche without their Shaker. Yeah. They're gonna scout it out with the Spirit. It's gonna stop.
This is the Aghanim
nice smash from Roche. Just set that up nicely.
Yeah. But it's like they'll get it for free.
They will. Oh, I thought you were gonna say tier 5 items.
Doom picks it up, so longer duration, and it breaks.
Yep.
Which the break, I mean, against Elder, I mean, not going to want to Doom Elder Titan, I guess, but Natural Order just doesn't work anymore. That's kind of a big deal, I think. Other than that, break doesn't really do anything. It's just unless I'm missing something. The wrong direction! Oh boy.
We need wards.
Yeah, that's quite not my fault. In their tier tower. Yeah, a little bit of miss. I mean, it's just the wrong angle.
Magnus बहुत invisible.
Can't PSGLGD do anything about this.
Invisible नहीं मतलब बहुत ये कि dark में जाओ उसको अगर पकड़े तो पकड़े और फिर dash out करो.
One of the biggest spells that has been problematic for them.
मतलब vision तो है नहीं है ना ऊपर में.
Jump and they pop their BKBs.
उसको अपना दिमाग लगा के करना होता है कि अगर पकड़े
they are still fighting a massive disadvantage here into Aegis.
और नहीं पकड़े तो नहीं पकड़े और उसको dash out तो करना ही है उसका.
Oh, but the refresher just cuckoo. They don't know this.
They don't know.
So he
समझ नहीं आता इसलिए हम हीरो खेलता नहीं है.
Very sneaky. Indeed.
This is
dash
very spicy, Carl.
लेकिन decent नहीं है. Guessing वाला dash करने वाला. हाँ सब पीछे हो जाएगा. बस कार्ल वो जो डूम है ना उसका बस वो किया है.
Very good this game.
इससे बस थोड़ा आइटम यूज करें.
But can LGD come back? I mean, normally I'd be like, it's going to be a tough road for X team to come back from this, but it's LGD, and they've looked virtually unstoppable this entire tournament.
They've had games with a stellar look to us that they still managed to clutch out in the end on high ground. And I'm still going to keep focusing on the fact T1 have very limited ways of repositioning a couple of their heroes, so Fitters and the Elder Titan Stomp as well, they don't really have a good way of handling that. And keep in mind, Y as well has the Force Staff. We usually see the defensive use, but the offensive use in a game is really powerful. If you get the Echo Stomp or a Fissure, you can push people into a very bad position inside the minion base here, but for now, obviously 23 Savage very safe with the Aegis.
Is under attack.
Indeed, has cheese in its back
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
That's true. Damage is definitely being done right now, but the tier 3 is relatively healthy. Dawnbreaker there with the Solar Guardian. If he wants to come in, he's going to take some damage, but will walk away safely. Was Echo's not just you?
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
He's still in the last
one. Still on cooldown for 20 seconds, okay. But that's the beauty, you talked about this earlier, it's the beauty of having someone like Dawnbreaker. TP up there, no problem, and just you in the fight if you need to.
It's doing T1 a lot of good right now, having a global hero, that's for sure.
Up the jump in again, nothing to say against Doom, but the figure blocks them off a bit. Cuckoo expends RP. Just completely surrounded and will be brought down here. They do lose.
And there's a set.
Young Savage is in the middle of nowhere here. Could be good, could be bad.
Yeah, that's from 12-3 Savage coming. Damage, but the figure can knock him off. Great hold against the siege tank. That is Medusa. And try to take advantage of this age. They did get mid though, and I think if you're T1, you'll be happy with at the very least that.
Doom से कोई fight ही नहीं लेना मांग रहा है.
Poke here, but
जैसे Doom देखता भागो.
LGD have effectively delayed the second decent amount of time.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
As well, that was most of a refresher, by the way, for Jin Q. Not sure he has a recipe in his backpack. As we're gonna see the jump in now. You can see the Aghanim Scepter go to work.
Radiant structures
Spell immunity.
are fortified.
And away he goes. Aegis 30 seconds. Satanic now online for Hermé.
Yeah, 23 Savage needs to be careful not to lose his Aegis when he has low mana. He needs to reset position, sure he gets his mana back, or this is over. I mean, they might not want to put it away regardless, now that it's gone. So LGD can effectively lose mid-Miller Barracks, which happened about a minute and a half ago, and that's it for this Aegis. So, still, T1 are building more than advantage, of course. Doom, I don't even know what he goes now. He's queued up a heart. I guess he'll replace Midas for heart now. How long are you going to be? How long do you want to keep the Midas for?
Keep the Midas, please. Please.
Can tell you're a Pango player.
Yeah, definitely Midas on Pango.
Don't need boots that much.
Oh, that's true. That's more accurate for him at least. But yeah, I mean, is there any consideration to the fact P1 are is that a silver lining for LGD?
I suppose to an extent. It is still hard to end this game, I think, for
Radiant's
T1. That's
top
like
tower
silver
is
lining.
under
Your
attack.
team is insane on high ground, and anything can happen in super late game Dota. So a lot of the time it comes down to which key core just gets caught by something. Right. Like when it's this high and the buybacks are expensive and the damage is this crazy.
I mean, look at this, Cinderin. Level 25 position for Dawnbreaker. Ame, position 1, still 24.
Yeah.
That is...
He's not finding a lot of experience around on the map, that's for sure. It's just mainly the illusions pushing out lanes, so... And it's a good point. 25 on Ame is actually very important. Those talents are insane in the late game. You either 35 seconds more frequent,
what would you go for in this
20
game?
meta duration. I don't know, actually. Getting Sunder down to a 6-second cooldown is pretty crazy, but you're still playing against so many lockdowns, right? So you probably take the meta duration. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough call. If you get Doom, then it might not even matter, right?
Right.
Smoker के आगे बढ़ रहा है.
Refresher for himself now, so double BKB. Double silver edge.
Dire's courier has been killed.
PSG नहीं कर सकता. Blue gang ही कर सकता. E1 को अकेले जा रहा है कार. अभी आया पार्टी. बाप रे बाप. टेरर ब्लेड मार रहा है. थंडर का 4 साल चलेगा फाइट. आमे मर गया आमे मेडूसा नहीं पकड़ा सकता उसको वो बहुत मार रहा है
23 Savage buys back in the game. Try to finish this one way.
फिर से फाइट ऐसे की आंखें बोला ना कार बहुत ज्यादा फार
5 versus 5. Assuming no hit. Can they continue to fight here, or do they want to back? They're on the wrong side. Finds enough space for Savage to get away safely.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So even.
Who even has buyback anymore?
Does anybody? That's the question.
No.
अभी फिर आएंगे 15 मिनट बाद.
Players who didn't use it are they all dead?
That is a 10
technical cross.
Radiant first TI-10 and maybe ever actually.
दोनों टीम का.
हाँ 5 को 5 फिर जीत गए. वही तो. उसके बाद फिर पूरा टाइम होता है. बायबैक नहीं है अभी आने दो बायबैक फिर आते हैं.
This is going to be the item of this game, I think. Blackmon with the Aeon disc. I think we might see more players pick this up.
फिर से फाइट.
Buybacks, that is essentially your second
फिर से
life.
स्मूथ गया.
Any
Elder को पता है.
Huge.
Yes.
No
Well, literally any kill.
PSG LGD playing it safe. I just can't get over the fact how even that fight was. That was game net worth deficit. How is that possible?
I think they show how much stronger Ame is than 3 Savage in a raw fist fight. Like, it took him so long for them to finally kill team.
Number 4 has the Aegis, Cheese, Ags, and Refresher Shard. Very nice. Being shown here.
This is a really big moment.
Cycle contested. So look at how there's a Mortimer's kiss in front of the point after. It's actually doing. Careful. Slow guard yet. To try to defend Roche. First one is there as well.
मेडूसा को
not able to get the right horn toss, so it was on an illusion. So T1 getting the better of that, I do believe. They just, I can't keep track of these items. 52 this game. Oh my God. That Echo Slam was disgusting.
That was such an ugly setup. Like you shoot the, you start the Mortimer. This is he's level 25, so he has the strong talent, and they use it to chain with stuns into Totem into Echo. So that Shinkyu did insane amounts of damage in that. He did the most damage out of anyone.
Whitemon was just gifted an Axe, by the way, so you're going to get the AoE Finger of Death. He has 7 charges of Finger.
Who got all the stuff from Roche?
Well, Aegis from Medusa, obviously.
There's
the cheese.
They don't have the cheese. Where's the, what else was on it?
Axe was on it.
Radiant's
and
top
Refresher
tower
dropped
is
on it.
under
We got
attack.
that.
Where's the shard?
You can keep track
Radiant's
as I
top
watch
tower
buildings
has fallen.
50 seconds of No Faith Beyond, 50 seconds of No Dawnbreaker.
Radiant's top barracks are under
More
attack.
concerning for PSG LGD considering 23 Savage and company are in their
Radiant's
base.
top barracks
So again,
has fallen.
their second
बोल रहा ना 23 Savage भाई है 24 Savage.
still remains after all this time. That is actually shocking. In fact, just gonna go.
इसलिए Savage gameplay कर रहा है.
Savage reaching level 30.
Radiant's middle tower is fallen.
That's true. So they get 1 tier.
I think पीछे हो जाना चाहिए. पीछे हो जाना चाहिए.
Just the delays.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lion can just destroy these.
Radiant structures
obviously
are fortified.
hinders Ame's ability to push out these lanes. The fact that he has shard actually is the triple mana drain.
नहीं मेडूसा को थोड़ा पीछे आना चाहिए और किसी और को जाना चाहिए. मेडूसा तो अच्छा है. तेजी से कोई किसको धरा? किसी को धरा?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
कल आना कल टेरर ब्लेड हो गया कल नेक्स्ट मैच में आएगा टेरर ब्लेड एंशंट तो मार रहा है मेडुसा पूरा चिर चिर चूर चिर चिर चूर बस मारे जा रहा है दोनों स्लीप ट्राई हो रहा है कि मेडुसा को टरेट से टावर से हटाए एंशंट से और हटाते हटाते बुरा हो गया लोग लेकिन अभी भी मेडुसा नहीं लाइक मैं मारूंगी यहाँ पर सब मार दिया गया है मेडुसा को बस हटाओ एंशंट से बट वापस से मेडुसा चल रही है मेडुसा ने खत्म कर दिया ओह माय गॉड मेडुसा चिपक गई थी और मेरा 3 प्रेडिक्शन रॉन्ग 1 प्रेडिक्शन सही जॉर्ड क्या प्रेडिक्शन किया जी भाई
5 हो गया अभी वाला में 2 करेक्ट हुआ टोटल नंबर
मेरा 1 हुआ 1 6 में से 1 6 में से 1 मेडुसा को छुड़ाने के लिए स्टन 1 सब कर दिया स्टन स्लीप
Yeah, Carl and the Doom, all of their trademark stuff, and PSG LGD showing their insane late game plays, right? That you're so far behind and you still make that look like an even game. You gotta say, going into game 3, right? If T1 gets some of these key heroes and they can build themselves a position like that, they definitely have what it takes to take the series. But LGD still even in a loss have to inspire confidence in the viewers that they're still the favorite in game 3, especially if they clean up a little bit perhaps in the draft here with
I mean, they went late game against Refresher Medusa, Refresher Doom, Refresher Magnus, not to mention Refresher Shards on top of those already Refresher Orbs. Unbelievable game number 2. Like I said,
crazy game for T1.
Yeah, T1 forces this to game 3. Let's see what the panel has to say about this absolutely god-tier game 2.
Well, I have to say, first of all, that was absolutely god-tier casting from Suns fan and from Syndra in there. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now, we were reminding ourselves as we were watching that incredible match that T1 actually have taken a game off LGD in the upper bracket final of the Kiev Major. So the fact that they won today actually shouldn't be that surprising, Tsunami.
And there was a Doom in that game as well, although it wasn't on Carl, it was on Cuckoo, but it does seem like the T1 will resolve their more dangerous situations with comfort, and that happened in this game, that happened in the Ana Major, but then LGD did take game 3, and I don't know, maybe tides are changing? We'll see.
Maybe, I mean, it worked, like, we looked at that draft and we were thinking like, okay, on one hand, you have this is the most T1
he's a great character.
Ever.
I can already tell.
You have the greediest heroes, also heroes that can make plays though. But it's like you have Magnus, who is obviously going to be farming up with his abilities. You have Midas on the Doom. You have Devour. You have Medusa, and yet like they were still running around the map, killing everybody. I actually think that the MVPs of that game were Carl, Cuckoo, and Whitemon. And Whitemon in particular, because in every single fight, he was waiting to use his Finger of Death. In that huge fight at the end, where literally 10 heroes bought back, the reason that they were able to kill, I believe it was Nothing to Say right at the end, where it looked like LGD was actually going to take it with that buyback, was with Whitemon in the Finger, where I was sitting there thinking like, there's no way that he still has it up, but he was being patient with it. And then also, on every RP, he was hitting like a double or triple stun off of the RP. He wasn't getting killed online, other than in the fight where they all 10 bought back. Everybody died in that one.
Jenkins, I think it was you who were saying on the desk earlier that the key thing is obviously stacking your team fights, and T1 were able to do that in the early game, although there were some team fights where it was really hard to tell who actually benefited the most, and I really wanted to take a look back at one of those team fights. It was around the 27-minute mark. What the hell is happening here? Who wants to talk me through this one? Owie?
Sure, so I mean, Faith Beyond, he has a really quick reaction to Carl blinking in. They pull up the Doom, who's the highest net worth on the Doom, maybe second, and he doesn't get any spells off. However, T1, they're still so confident in this fight. They understand their net worth lead, and they still play out the fight like nice and slowly. When Dusa gets caught here, they don't leave her to die. They understand that they can get a turnaround here. I think the fight ends up being one of those weird fights where you don't really know which side won. I mean, they both sort of kill all of each other, which is apparently what happened this game. But LGD supports LGD supports did actually have to use buyback, which let T1 get the next roles pretty much uncontested. You just have more buybacks in them. I do want to say though, one thing. I've been playing Dota a long time. I watched a lot of Dota. I've never seen a 5v5 team wipe, 10 buybacks, and then 10 alive heroes.
Yeah.
That's never happened. I haven't even thought of that scenario because it's so unlikely to me.
My initial thought once that happened was like, okay, we get to see what would happen in Dota if buybacks were literally removed. Right. Like, how would teams play?
And you know what T1 did? They instantly went for a smoke.
Yeah, they went and fought.
I respect that so much because this is the TI stage. You're in the upper bracket against LGD. You have 0 buybacks, and your play is to go for the aggressive play, to go for the smoke. That's how you win games. You cannot hide in your base and be safe. You need a go-go.
They did have an Aegis though, so maybe no buyback, but they did have 1 extra life advantage.
True.
So every little bit counts, and they did have a substantial net worth advantage as well. And it also just felt like the net worth was kind of the X factor for T1 because despite being 20k down, you'd think that with Refresher Mag, Refresher Doom, Refresher Dusa, that every fight should be extremely straightforward for T1. And yet LGD were still kicking and screaming in every single one of them.
Like the fight in the Roche pit where the Echo Slam comes in from from his Earthshaker. And literally the entire Roshan pit looks like it's Christmas and everyone's bought Roshan offering.
Yeah, we were just sitting there thinking like, who got the Aegis? Who got the Aegis? Nobody got the Aegis. Eventually 23 picks it up. He snatched it, so somebody else got the last hit on Roche.
There's probably like 10k worth of items on the ground.
And then after the fight was over, all 3 of the other Roche items were on the ground or whatever. Like I think there was a couple of bands of Elven skin, which also, by the way, 23 dropped during a fight.
Just to get his BKB off.
Yeah, just to get his BKB. He dropped a band of Elven skin on the ground because his backpack was full. That was the most insane game I've seen in a very long time, and it doesn't surprise me that it's T1, and it doesn't surprise me that it's T1 versus LGD. It really doesn't.
Watching this, no matter what happens in the 3rd game, whoever goes down to the lower bracket after this one, do you think they've got a chance to keep going? Having seen this performance in this most recent game?
I think we're looking at 2 top 4 placements right now. Like no matter what happens, someone's going to make a lower bracket run and they're going to assassinate everyone on the way there. And we might see a rematch at some point of these 2 teams as well. Because as entertaining as yesterday was, I do feel like there was a more definitive winner, even though they also went 3-game series. This one felt competitive, and it's revenge from the animator as well. We need to complete the story.
It felt like we didn't get to see Cuckoo really get activated on that Legion commander in the opening game. But his Magnus in this game, the initiation and just the gumption, the audacity, the ghoul, and the gumption, Jenkins, you had to be a little bit impressed.
Watching both of these games, my thoughts were like, okay, don't think this hero's OP. Don't think this hero's OP, because I don't want to be that guy that just comes out on a panel that says a hero's OP. But Mag is goddamn OP. Like, that hero is so hard to play against him with the horn toss, with the dual scepter, which we saw in the first game. With the reverse polarity, pulling people out. Even Cuckoo, like, going into the base, the reverse polarity and then not pulling anyone out. It didn't seem to matter because, like, the way people are playing this hero now is not really for the big team fights. It's like your Pudge, except good.
Oh, great.
You're just repositioning people, and at TI, that matters a lot. If you think that you're structured, if you think that you have this wall, this formation of your team, Mag just breaks it, and he can farm so quickly that he can get items like Yules and BKB and Eon Disc, where he can break it without just going in and dying. He can consistently break it.
And I know you specifically are pointing to RP, but for the longest time, Magnus's whole relevance in Dota was, can I have someone to empower?
The empower, yeah. That's like irrelevant.
Do I have a melee here? It's like a side factor at this
Doom
point.
Medusa, though that was the draft.
That's not what you say.
Nobody takes the empower, but I don't even think the RP is the most important part about Mag. It's the skewer. Yep. Now you have you have his Q setup, which now slows and pulls in for that, so you can set up with that. There's a Yule Scepter, you can set up with that. There's Horn Toss, which removes the skill from... Or it was BSJ. He was so mad. He was like, Horn Toss removes the skill from Mag Magnus. I think that was him saying it.
That was him.
It was definitely him.
He's got a lot to, like, Skewer was one of the most skill shots of skill shots. And yeah, now Shockwave, you can see pulling them towards him. That used to not happen. He used to just deal damage. And RP was always a very, very delicate dance between that and Skewer. But the hero's starting to find more relevance as we introduce these Aghanim shards.
But the thing is, it's not like they took Magnus and took the skill cap and brought it down or something. Like, there's still insane skill that you can have with this hero. It's like Invoker. There's like more pairings of things that you can do. You can Shockwave 3 people and skewer them back and then RP. You can
Magnus
RP into
rushes
skewer.
forward,
You can
boarding
horn toss
enemy,
after the RP, before the RP. There's like a million different things that you can do with it. And we saw Cuckoo do basically every combination.
पहले क्या करना? पहले skewer करना और फिर जाके reverse polarity.
Is if you are going to be playing some pub games and you want to play Magnus, get them in before the end of TI10 because he's not going to be quite as fun to play once the players have had their say and spoken to Valve.
और फिर reverse polarity करता है फिर skewer
with Magnus, and you know what, T1 and PSG LGD, have your fun on this stage in the upper bracket while you can, because after game number 3, one of you will be going down to that lower bracket. But you know what? After that second match, or second game, I should say, this one is probably going to be yet another electrifying matchup. And I think that PSG, they're going to have learned a lot from that.
Did she call me PSG?
I'm sorry. I called it PSG instead of LGD. I apologize.
It's in his contract.
I'm sorry.
You can never refer to him as BSJ.
No, I think
I called them PSG. I didn't mention Brian's name.
Okay, thank God. I think what's really impressive is that despite game 1 being so dominant from LGD, I feel like T1 were really able to suck LGD into their own pace of the game. I feel like this entire tournament, I've never seen LGD make a mistake like they did on mid when they tried to jump a Medusa with Earthshaker. Sure, there was an Invis Doom there. Yeah, there was an Invis Doom there who clutched Doom. But that was like a weird engagement. That's not something that you usually see out of LGD. And I think T1, they might have figured something out with the scale. I'm not too sure like who will have the better read going into this game, because generally the counter to these 3 slow cores would do like play really fast, high tempo, take the towers. LGD, they won all their games, but they're actually one of the slowest teams at taking their enemies' towers this tournament. I think it was like 12 minutes or something.
Yeah, and also I think they got intel on how LGD likes to play with Terrorblade. They showed it off in game 1. The dynamic was very similar here. They had Jinkyu on Snapfire, so you had these surrounding staff around the Terrorblade to be like, okay, you know, he wants to man fight, and this time they served up a Medusa to go head-to-head, and they had more enabling the Medusa than they did the Morphling in game 1.
And I think it was a lot what Aoi was mentioning during the first panel, where there's like poke and maybe not so much disengage, but there was a lot of like eventual really strong team fight. But to me in this game, like maybe there's no like damage poke, but there is like opportunity poke where like Cuckoo on Magnus was just looking for skewers, and there were certain times where we saw him hilariously blink into the enemy base and then fail to skewer out. But it's like that's what he was going for the entire game, was just looking for these like random opportunities to basically break LGD's wall.
Well, while we wait for the draft to kick off, we are going to check in with PSG LGD because we wanted to have some words with their captain. Oh, in fact, no, you know what? We actually spoke to Y earlier. So you know what? I'm obsessed with Y. But I'm going to be less obsessed with Y and more obsessed with Cuckoo after we find out what he had to say earlier this year.
The season for T1 may have ended on a high note, but it certainly didn't start out that way. The team was looking forward to finally attending a LAN event with the Singapore major in March. But their captain, Cuckoo, was suddenly unable to go. T1, playing with a stand-in, failed to even make the main event. Like many other teams, the transition to in-person events proved challenging. But for Cuckoo, he says it's where he really thrives.
I did not play LAN for 1 year, and as a player, I really like to compete at LAN because the feeling is kinda unexplainable. Unlike the online, it's like you can like just chill, watch some anime while playing tournament, something like that. But on LAN, you can feel that you cannot slack off or play like lazy.
How have you had to change your leadership style
Do
as a
not make
captain
fun of the
with
Igila.
everything being so different?
I think our coach helping me to improve as a captain. And at first, he's the one drafting for us. When the drafting also come back to me, yeah, I feel that I kind of step up a bit to perform well and to draft well for my team.
And when did you step back in to draft for your team?
DPC Season 2, the opening game. It's like my captains told me, "Hey, Ku, do you want to draft?" Something like that. I know my draft is good, better than March. Nah, just kidding. No, just kidding.
With Cuckoo drafting, T1 went on to finish first in Season 2 in their region, giving them a direct invite to the ANA Major. And to earn enough points for a spot at TI-10, all they had to do was win one match.
Me and March keep talking to the boys that don't think about the TI and the result. Just keep thinking about the game. Don't focus so much like on TI. If we go to TI, yeah, you can think about the TI, right? But if we fail on ANA Major, there's no direct invite for Southeast Asia.
Well, they won that match and kept on winning with a solid run that took them to the lower bracket finals, ending with a loss to EG that was so close it hurt. Still, after everything T1 went through this season, Cuckoo had led his team to a spot at TI. Let's pretend you're in the grand finals of TI-10. Who do you want to play?
I want EG.
Why?
Because I want to see like so many Southeast Asian player on the grand finals. If EG and us is like on grand finals, we can put like 7 Southeast Asian players on one grand finals, and I think it's kind of good for our region. This is my 5th TI, I think, and most of my TI memories is like after upper bracket, we lose, then lose again. So if I'm gonna go back, I really want to raise the ages as a player, as a captain. My goal for TI is like keep grinding and do my best.
And we have no doubt that both teams are going to be trying to do their best in this third and final game of the series in the upper bracket. It is PSG LGG T1.
LGG? ये कब से?
T1
PSG LGG.
PSG LGG.
I cashed it.
Welcome to the last draft of the first series of the day. My name is always Ava Plus, joined by Fogged, joined by Lacoste. And when I analyze the draft, sometimes it doesn't tell the full story. So, Lacoste, tell me, what went so well for T1 last game?
I mean, I got to focus on Carl. His duo was completely popping off in that previous game, managing to stay on the top of the network chart.
ये लोग production value ऊपर कर दिया शायद से.
And we can see this one, like, no doubt about it, as we expected, hitting Pand in the first phase because he was causing so much issues.
They made nothing to say.
Magnus उधर चल गया.
A week, which is
Team swap हो गया क्या इधर? Magnus वो लोग ले लिया Disruptor और ये ले लिया नहीं?
And they just kept finding a position with both Carl and Cuckoo. It was phenomenal, really, for T1. Yeah, you can see the adjustments already made for PSG LGD. We see Magnus now moving in priority up to number 1. ET takes a little bit of a step back, and T1 is still going for a very strong scaling draft with these two heroes as an opener, but also still active, very good at just catching and all about like this mispositioning too, which I feel like was big in the last game. These skewers just bringing people out of spots. Now both teams have one. We have a glimpse, and we have skewer plus horn toss and all that fun.
And they just picked IO into Disruptor. Usually it's the other way around. Disruptor has been historically a counter to IO. And as you mentioned, ET plus Disruptor, these two heroes are always going to be... You're going to be feeling good having those heroes no matter what stage of the game we're talking about. Having a strong laners and also ability to scale. But to go back to the previous game a bit, the big boy Philly, this is the item, the neutral item that people tend to hold for the longest duration of time, as we've seen Zephyr holding it, I believe in this game for more than 20 minutes. I believe average time is around 13 compared to some like average time is 8 minutes holding the neutral item. So big boy Philly on the top.
So I like to ask, because if the IO is not good against Disruptor, right, it must be because there's some synergy or something you're looking for in your own draft. So what are the strengths of the IO Magnus as a starting combo here, Fogged?
You got the double buff up for your carry. You got a lot of heal, sustain that's going to be coming in, and gives you. I mean, global potential is always something that you have to factor in. Sure, there's glimpse, but we saw last game like how much the global was a threat. Zephyr was like one of the top net worths in the game as a Dawnbreaker support, just because he could play on opposite side. He could always respond to these moves and then still show up to fights. So I think Io is a great example of being able to open up the map for yourself while also being able to like, hey, Almay, you can't beat the fight? Yes, you can. We're gonna bring you in there. So.
Does this add to LGD's response to T1's aggressive playstyle we saw last game?
Yeah,
Lacoste.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. Looking at the bans right now, Enchantress, not your usual ban, but this is something that needs to be done if you want to set up Elder Titan for a really good laning stage, because Spirit is dispellable, unfortunately.
Yes, and I think if you pick like Disruptor ET, you've already shown that that's like 90% chance of 4 ET. And what is 4 ET like? Not like playing against Enchantress. If it's a 5 ET, I feel like you can't actually go for that kind of dispel thing, but we saw Secret do exactly that, right? They baited Saksa into playing the ET in the OG series, and Puppy just snap picks Enchantress versus it, lanes it against it. He actually was lucky because he was versus Monkey King as well, so he had double dispels and all that fun. He had really strong lane for it, but yeah, when you see that it's gonna be a 4 position.
There's even a secondary dispel for the Disruptor Shard in case they go for that. So if they want to actually buff up their carry, you have that little extra.
There's one more hero left in the pool that has a built-in Dispel Oracle. I don't think you want to get Io Oracle. It just seems extremely weak, especially compared with the Magnus. If your offlaner has a lower cooldown stun, I think that's doable, but at this point, I just don't think they're going to go for it. Queen of Pain banned out by PSG LGD. I've seen so many games where Virtus Pro bans out Queen of Pain, and it screams, you know, we want to pick Storm Spirit. Like, this is the hero that we want to get. Queen of Pain was banned out in the previous game, so that means, you know, maybe they screamed a bit more against the T1, and this is a comfort hero for Carl as well. And also, whenever you have Io, that means you have a limited lockdown, Magnus, RP. You kind of don't want to commit, so PSG LGD will need to protect their lineup against these elusive heroes, Puck possibly, and any Spirit in general.
Yeah, I was thinking Storm or Ember Spirit, likely for nothing to say, just covering his lane, because I see the Bat ban as well too, so they want to have this like really advantageous lane for him. And it's always really good versus hero like Disruptor, because you get glimpsed, you throw the Remnant down, you come back in the fight anyway, so lots of different ways to get into the backline as well, versus these two heroes that are two of the better backline heroes, right? The ET and Disruptor want to play very far from the fight, and the Spirits get right on top of you.
Right, and since we have some extra time as well, and you talk about these two heroes, I'd like to get into something interesting, the idea of draft theory, right? So, as a more generic sense, what advantages and disadvantages does picking two supports have for a draft? Like, if there's two starting picks, or your 4 and your 5, of course you can flex the ET. What does that do for your draft here, Fogged?
Just open, it saves your carry picks, like protects them from being counterpicked early on, especially now that we have the double picks that come out from, you know, in PSG LGD's position, because now they're going to be able to pick one hero on T1, then PSG LGD gets to pick 2, but now they're only going to have information of 1 core instead of potentially 2 if they'd opened up with 2 of them. So, I mean, there's a lot of different implications now at the draft order that ends up making, I feel like double support is actually better than it used to be.
Really? Why so?
Just because of that exact thing where you can actually only have 1 core shown in the first 3 when you're picking the 4, and then you get this, you get a situation when you get to, you reveal your, it's hard to describe because like you can reveal your mid, but then you get to save your carry for the last pick in a lot of situations because you get this pick and then into double bans and you can cover and you get to see their carry. So it's kind of weird like describing it, not really.
And it's also a support duo that scales well when we're talking about, you know, ET maxing out the aura, getting 1 item, Disruptor, possibly getting that Aghanim Scepter, if he finds the Philly that I mentioned. Whenever I, you know, see Philosopher's Stone for the first hero that really scales well with it as a position 4/5 is the Disruptor, because it's one of the best Aghanim Scepters upgrade in the game.
For the Mag IO, let's talk about this one, because that's different draft order, right? You actually get the 4th pick, you protect it with the bans. Does this condition you into being able to pick something more combo-y, something more special, like, for example, the IO?
Yeah, probably. You can. These picks are just very open-ended, so you can kind of do quite a lot. I mean, on both sides, like you've saved so much.
And what's the strength? Should you pick, or can you pick 2 supports with these 2 starting picks, or is that too weak if you have the 1st and the 4th pick of the draft? Going really in depth here.
It's really deep, maybe a bit too deep for me. Fogg, help me out here.
Maybe a bit too deep. No, I mean, you can.
Right? I see the Magnus, right? I see these combos, and I always look at teams and go either the oftentimes carry or counterable hero in the 4th pick, right?
Yes.
Or sometimes this, like you said, the buffing combos, right? This opens up your draft so much that IO Magnus, a lot of carries become much more viable, and it's very difficult to try to counter this with. In fact, you can even protect your future carry with these next 3 bans, which they can more or less guess based on the heroes you picked up.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's keep going. What can we? Let's theorycraft. You know, we have time because the game is paused.
I think we have a pause, right?
Yeah, exactly. So let's theorycraft a bit. What could we be seeing? What is a carry that goes well with Magnus and Io, and what could T1 be expecting for this pick here?
I usually like a BKB core because you're going to be playing into natural order. BKB versus Static Storm is always going to be really effective until if they do find an Aghanims, which pretty much requires a Philosopher's Stone in most situations for that Disruptor, since it's very likely to be that 5 position because ET's picked also. So
you still
BKB core.
know what you're going to be playing into because, as we mentioned, T1 really camouflaged their draft really well, opening up with the position 4 and 5. Maybe something with the built-in BKB. A jog. You still don't know the matchup, but we still have a lot of time as well to theorycraft about what could it possibly be.
So when you don't know the core to core, what are some carries that come to mind that are pretty solid no matter the matchup? Or have a wide array of good matchups?
Juggernaut, I think, for me, is the most standard Dota 2 hero where you don't know what to pick no matter the bracket. It feels like, you know, it's still a Juggernaut, and these 2 supports don't have any kind of escape mechanism against them. So it should be like a free kill. You have a Blade Fury that you can get out of ET stomps if it's necessary, so you're going to get stunned. And just feels the spell mechanic as well, the healing that synergizes well with the IO.
What about the other carry with an inbuilt BKB, the Lifestealer? Do you think that one is also a solid?
You need to see the matchup. You can't just pick that hero blindly.
Yeah, it is always going to be good versus like ET and Disruptor in stages of the game, but that hero's been a bit underwhelming for me.
Why do you think so?
I just think he just takes too long. He really just takes such a long time to farm compared to a lot of these carries that just have natural built-in mechanics of like steroids. We have Medusa with Split Shot. We have Terrorblade with Conjure Image. We have, Morphling just being able to farm pretty much anything at any point in the game, so.
And we're back with the draft, guys.
And we are. And we're going to have that Bane ban, so that's a BKB piercing disable that they're taking out.
It's also a great setup for a possible skewer back, the relocate type of a plays, and we've seen Bane being a bit more popular during the main event compared to the group stage. BKB piercing ability, you do not need to get the full duration grip. Sometimes a second and a half is exactly what you need. PSG LGD. Okay, I
so
like
they're
this.
going to take it. So that's a backline hero to get on top of IO. That's always nice. Mixed damage carry with ET. And if it is going to be, that's also the thing where we were talking about earlier, where it's like forcing the Magnus out of a position. Storm Spirit is one of those heroes that it's not the worst matchups. Magnus still does pretty okay, but Storm thrives versus melee heroes, period. So, and I saw a couple times where even Nothing to Say, I think it was versus, Elephant. He got solo killed by Maybe, who was the Storm Spirit. It was Maybe who, Somnus, who popped off, is getting solo kills in the group stages, but that's a matchup that you can.
I believe T1 didn't mean to pick Storm Spirit in this game. That's the feeling that I get. It's just they used this Queen of Pain ban that PSG LGD did, and they also banned out Lina. Lina, one of the heroes that doesn't have bad matchups, I would say. I don't think anyone wins against Lina. No matter what happens, she's still going to farm, and she's one of the, I'm going to say better, but decent against Storm Spirit. She's not going to come out even, I believe. And yeah, so Storm Spirit, as you mentioned, the backline jumper, they have no low cooldown stuns. Puck is still available if they want to try to counter Storm Spirit, the leash mechanic, even though with the recent changes, the Storm Spirit item build, going for Kaya Sanj so that the coil and the silence does not last as long. That's one way to deal with that.
What could LGD be thinking then now? You already talked about how they're maybe moving the Magnus from position, but they actually really like it and Nothing to Say as well.
They do, because he likes playing like he transitions most of the times too. But they've been having a lot of time with Vitbion as well, so they don't mind moving it. I don't think they even that's probably not even like, oh, okay, we can't put Mag. They're probably like, whatever, ignore that.
Just go for the
they're just
draft.
like, we need to have disables now.
There's the Lion.
So they're going to take the Lion.
And then they pick up their carry as well, so the Mag remains a flex pick then.
Yep. And that's a pace hero, so they can set tempo. They can play a lot faster this time around. I feel like last time, this Terrorblade picked, we mentioned at the end how they picked it into Lion, so I feel like they did pick it in a bit of a tough position for him to actually just straight up carry the game on his own. This one, just much faster paced. He's not actually countered by much of anything. You're good versus ET. You're a natural BKB buyer as well.
Oh, a Spectre. What do you think of this core-to-core matchup, Lacoste, between Spectre and Ursa?
I like Ursa here quite a lot. Ursa
Right.
comes online quickly. I think it's more of a backline jump thing, so that Storm Spirit has another hero to play with. So Io and Lion will have a bit of an issue, especially Io. He's going to be the primary target that they jump. Looking at PSG LGD, they are Radiant this time around, and they also have Ursa lineup. So once you decide to do the swap Reno, the trade, you're going to lose your tier 1 tower, your carry goes to tier 1 tower on a top lane, and then you can always threaten the Roshan, because Ursa plays the top part of the map, while Dire, they need to like stay close, they need to be checking, and Ursa is the best Rosh taking hero in the game.
Is this a hero that you guys would consider good with the 2 buffers they have on Mag and
Oh yeah, that
absolutely.
just seems perfect.
Absolutely. It allows him to. We saw even like multiple different games where I've seen more Aghanims now on these Ursas just so they can get their.
OG, I believe, did that.
Yeah, Sumail did it. He was versus a lot of disables. This one he's versus like a static storm. I don't think we'll see that. I think BKB it's going to be like Diffusal, BKB, Blink Dagger, something like that, Basher, etc. It's going to look to be super active very early on.
What could be the last picks that we'd be seeing? So for LGD is still open. For T1, we're probably looking for an off-laner here.
Yeah. I'm surprised, like, again, though, like, I see the Lion picked, which was excellent, versus the Storm, and then they picked the Spectre versus it. I actually like Lion versus Spectre in most games. As soon as you hit, like, 20 minutes, there's a team fight happens, just mana drain, you take out 3 illusions inside of a big haunt, also inside of mid-game, too, being able to take it out. It's really strong, really effective, so I feel like both teams kind of, like, were like, oh, let's just make the Lion a little bit better somehow.
Yeah?
As we saw PSG LGD take the Terrorblade last time versus it, and now T1 take the Spectre versus it.
I would love to see some kind of tower damage coming out from PSG LGD. There's still Beastmaster available, or they can go for the Dragonite, have a bit more stun control against the Storm Spirit, which could be flex, and they could put it on a mid lane. It's still Storm Spirit favored matchup, but then you have this flexibility to see where Magnus or Dragonite are going to go.
Also, yeah, BKB carrier, who also
and someone who benefits from the Empower. Yeah. That's what I want to see.
And we see like the bans, right? It's like Nature's Prophet and like, and both teams are like, well, we're both lacking push, so.
That's true. Well, I can touch on the Lion a bit earlier again. Do you think the Spectre, as you said, is about jumping the backlines? There's an idea that you can overwhelm the Lion, perhaps, that you can't deal with both Storm and Spectre at the same time, and they see the value of him as a counter to the Storm with a Hex?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that could be another thing, too. And so Spirit's always really good to scout, too, so they'll always know where he is in the fights, even if Haunt isn't up. So, yeah, maybe if you double down, right, it makes it a lot harder. And we did end up getting the Ember, so that was the other one that we were kind of mentioning for nothing to say.
Yeah, now looking at the bans, it makes a lot of sense, because Necro just completely dominates Ember Spirit in the lane. You can play on his high ground.
Hello.
And Ursa, one of the heroes that loves to play on low HP. One Reaper site could change quite a lot. There is a save from Io potentially, but yeah, now looking at the bans from PSG, LGD, they make quite a lot of sense.
And Jenkins' fact of the day from this morning also, right? He said the Heartstopper aura goes through in Rage. There you go, Jenkins. I'll give you that one.
Oh, useful.
So, but yeah, there was those bans are definitely looking to make a lot of sense from PSG LGD with the way they set it up. And maybe they were thinking about that Ember for quite a long time, but waiting for it till the end.
How's the matchup between Storm and Ember, though, in the mid lane?
Oh, Storm Spirit just completely dominates, I would say. I've seen it like go both ways, depending, but it's very skilled matchup. Still, I'd give 60, maybe even 65 to 35 for Ember.
I've heard in the game, though, Ember does do better because his Searing Chains can stop Storm.
Yeah, it's purely lane stage, 7-8 minutes. Storm Spirit just has an upper hand.
Right.
Well, we could see rotations early, though. That's what I see a lot of teams with Io do. They make the move early to mid lane, like pre-6, so that they look to perhaps set up a kill and also look on the runes. So maybe we could see PSG LGD look to set up like something like that. T1, what is the Cuckoo hero?
What do you lane against the Ursa? That's always a tough one. Do you prioritize the lane here or the game?
I was thinking about something like a Legion Commander, but then it's not that great of a counter. Ursa is not so strong, level 1, level 2, level 3 against certain melee heroes, so we'll see. Okay, that was
the lane.
I think the reason I was saying lane is because they already have late game and mid game secured with like Spectre, Storm, ET. They have so much team fight. I wanted something that just makes sure they don't get run over, because I think that's what the potential of Io Ursa gives. So, and this is a really good solution versus Ursa. So.
This is perfect, pretty much. You ruin Ursa's game, and you're also Spirit Vessel carrier. This is your primarily item against Io, so you kind of have 2 flies killed by 1.
The timing in a good game, he could get an Orchid. So I'm going to be looking at Carl, looking at the mid lanes, looking at how good these lanes actually will go for T1 to see how they're going to be able to handle this Ember Spirit, because I do think that Ursa is maybe just, you know, now you're scared of Ursa. We saw Nisha the other day also too. Is, hey, we're also scared of this carry. Boom, Nisha goes crazy as Ember, and I think this hero can't do that.
Well, I'm the host, so I can't lean any way. Let's know what BSJ has to say for his last word.
Prepare for battle.
You blew it! Told you a storm was coming!
अच्छा prediction अभी शुरू हुआ क्या?
Hajar.
Thank you, BSJ. We have game number 3, LGD versus T1.
खत्म हो गया क्या?
BSJ, break it down, Cinderin. I mean, pretty much everything he said was correct.
30 सेकंड है.
A lot of vision.
Prediction के लिए 30 सेकंड.
Roche, but LGD are the
हम
ones that can
कैसे कर रहे हैं?
actually
मतलब
kill
ये.
Roche.
队友不会生气吧？
That's
哥
going to
哥。
be a very important factor in this game. But what are your thoughts on these lineups?
अब खत्म हो गया 30 सेकंड हुआ.
I'll give you credit. You said it, and it came true.
Yeah, it is a really good Venomancer game for a time at least, and I think what T1 needed here was a way to slow down the Ursa IO lane from just getting too far ahead. We've seen empowered Ursa in a secret series earlier and some during the groups. My concern outside of that, I think T1's laning stage should be really good. I think their lanes are very nice. Like the Veno ET lane is very strong bottom against Ursa +1. They're even starting as 3 right now.
I love this part!
Top 23 Savage on the Spectre is not going to be able to keep their lanes, of course. I want to know what T1 do when BKBs come out. Because I don't think they're going to dominate the lanes and the game hard enough that PSG LGD don't get there. And that's my problem with the Dire lineup right now. They have nothing against BKB. They're actually going to have to kite for the full duration. Nobody kills during it. All you have is a little bit of right click from Storm and Spectre. I'm not sure Overtime somehow finds the most amazing Astral Spirit in the fight. So I think as far as, you know, the metagame between these two teams with how they play overall in terms of tempo, how late they want the games to go, I do like LGD's prospects after 20 minutes. So I think the challenge for T1 here is to get far enough ahead that they can handle that stage of the game.
So all about the BKB timings for PSG LGD. And yeah, you're right. We've seen that Empower Ursa kind of just snowball. That's the one thing that Ursa kind of struggles with is farm, and when you can give him Empower. I mean, there's even a time where Ursa is... Nope, no first blood this time. As Zephyr going to get straight. So hajar. Technically goes the way of T1. A little bit of miscommunication, but
a little gift.
You don't see that every day.
That's funny. I'll say it. That's funny. So Zephyr getting first blood. He gets full tranquil boots off of this on his Elder Titan. It's going to make his way down toward the bottom lane. Y doesn't get anything except a long, slow walk up to top. Faithbeyond, I think, got about half the gold of that kill, roughly. Is eyeing up a Helm of the Dominator. Cuckoo bottom.
Here. He's going to get right a couple more times. The Echo Stomp comes through, but Ame looks to be just fine. That's a lot of damage. He's going to try to Earthshock to safety, and you can see just ticking away slightly thanks to Cuckoo. Very, very annoying hero to deal with, as has been his trajectory in Dota history, actually. Of course, some changes made to him recently. Poison Nova doing percentage-based damage, so technically scales better than he used to. I mean, how much of a difference has that made from the games that you've seen from Veno in this patch?
It's one of those things that's hard to see, right? Because the damage is so slow. It's like, it's not really noticeable until you look at the post game and compare it to like similar games historically. I don't remember the exact numbers, but for the most part, especially when you reach the mid-late portions of the game, even against agility heroes, the new Poison Nova is better than the old one, but it's primarily tanky heroes that suffer a lot more. And there aren't that many specifically high health heroes in LGD. I think the Venomancer is more about the vision and the lane power that it would bring, the reason they picked at this game. Unfortunately for Cuckoo, he's not really pressuring the Io Ursa that much just yet, but level 3 is a big turning point for Veno usually. Get a lot more damage on that Poison Sting. A skill that has a very special scaling, actually. I find it very unique the way it scales in 3 aspects like this: duration, DPS, and slow with every skill point. So effectively, most skills in Dota scale in a linear fashion. This is very different. It gets so much better on level 3 and 5 for the Venomancer, obviously level 2 and 3 on the skill compared to level 1. So for comparison, level 1 is 36 damage.
Player has paused the game.
Over 100. And level 3 is 250.
Why don't we go through every skill in the game? You can read the tooltips. Sure. Which are available.
First Mist Core.
You guys can't see, but he actually opened up the You can see everybody's really happy either with the pause being unpaused now or Synderen stopped talking. Not sure. We'll have to find out another time on this segment of Synderen +1 or -1 depending on your perspective again. Why? Thunderstrike from Whitemon. Looks like Carl's going to secure the water rune for himself. Already queuing up the Orchid, which obviously no big surprise. Pretty much the standard. As you can see, Zephyr preventing nothing to say from getting a second water rune, so Carl gets a double whammy this time around.
Yeah.
And look at the CS. 26 and 7 to the 22 and 4. Talked. I mean, the draft panel kind of discussed that matchup overall. Do you think that? I mean, Ember seems to be doing pretty decent, things considered.
I would say it's a slightly
You blew it.
Overall, not by a lot. What Ember's going to do is exactly what Nothing said.
Actually runs into Hex to follow. TP is going to be canceled because that is a super easy kill for LGD.
Yeah, so what Ember does in this lane is we're going to see a glimpse. I think Faith Beyond will be okay.
Okay, you might be right. They're out of mana, and they're surely he.
You're right. Very close. 310 health left, Suns fan. That was
Beyond
very close.
Is very tanky.
The crowd goes wild.
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, he's
under
sick
attack.
escape.
He's part rhino. I'm pretty sure that's the lore. So very thick skin. Very thick.
So what I was going to say was Ember against Storm in mid. What Ember will generally do is he will max out Sleight of Fist and try to harass the Storm back that way. The problem with going max Flame Guard is that you can still get it broken too easily by Storm's overload.
Team Secret जीत गया है वो जी से.
You have stifled your ability to go and gank other lanes by maxing Flame Guard over Sleight, which is clearly the expensive build in most situations. So I do like this build coming out from Nothing to Say.
Match
Gets a couple right clicks off on Cuckoo, which is always scary when you're a big bad bear. This top lane, why? Looks like he's gonna try to deny himself. Good to see.
Very good.
And making progress on that. Probably has like 1,000 more games to go before unlocking it.
Very good news for T1 here that 23 Savage is top net worth on Spectre. This hero is crazy when it is ahead. I want to say, just as a gut feeling, maybe one of the highest win rate carries of all time when it's top net worth at like minute 20. It's just crazy how well Spectre scales.
Well, stupendous! It did used to farm really poorly. Yeah. So if it was top net worth at that point, then that's a little different story than nowadays.
It's still a lot worse than most carries at farming though, right? Like it's still slower. The Falcon
results in the same ending, which is destroyed as well. Double kill for Nothing to Say. It's going to be a back and forth action as 23 Savage pops the wand. There's Nothing to Say. And another beautiful sleight of this as a triple kill for Nothing to Say. Looked really bad for LGD.
Yeah, that was a
Nothing
great
to say,
start
great
on the
rotation.
play. T1 with a very, very good one there, but damn, that Spirit Bomb from Nothing to Say. Triple Remnant, I think that was, into 4 heroes. Double damage rune and Slight. It's just not fair, you know? Why can't have a double damage too?
He's just better.
Raimon.
Yep, Shockwave is doesn't have a ton of mana afterwards though. So we'll just throw it out for good measure as Ame has now made its way to the top lane.
This is going to give Nothing to Say a lot of value. Obviously getting those 3 kills, he's now 4-0. He's going to grab himself Phase Boots as well as Orb of Venom. Going to finish Orb of Corrosion soon. As they're trying to get him this bottom rune, which could get a little dicey.
Yeah. It's top. And it is top indeed. It's an illusion, so mostly just for filling up the bottle purposes. Not a ton of kill potential.
Carl should still be careful. Like, this hurts. If he gets caught in a stun chain and there's a little bit of damage coming out from Nothing to Say in addition to just a Slight, he can still die from 2/3 to just the Lion Ember here. He's going to respect it and go jungle.
As you see, 23 Savage in the jungle, farming to his heart's content. So Aghanim Scepter will be the choice after the Falcon Blade. That seems to be the standard. We talked about this before, but before this tournament, we saw some Echo Saber. Like there's some differences between builds. You see some Orchid as well, but for the most part, we're seeing this same one that this game will have again. But the Aghanim Scepter just seems to be super strong with that 30-second cooldown, single target haunt Cinderin.
Do want to point out an interesting detail here from LGD as we are seeing the mixed push, but Xingqiu has a really early level 6. He was level 6 at 8 by the IO, and he was playing bottom lane alone against the creep wave, while Ame was alone against the creep wave. So these 2 heroes were not playing together, and they were just still managing to maximize, finding farm in both lanes at the same time. Now this mid tower.
Dire's middle tower.
Really surprised that T1 didn't try to do something here with their Elder Titan and maybe Veno defending, but they just really
अपना मारने से disadvantage है, लेकिन enemy मार देगा तो पैसा मिलता है, इसलिए मार दिया। मतलब बहुत अंदर चल गया था इसके
So it ends up being a trade of supports after the fact with a big kill, obviously, on the Spectre for 23 Savage.
And they relocate back to mid, and they're going to find more. Maybe Carl.
Yeah, he gets completely surrounded. Cannot get to the low ground. But Echo Stomp is there. Nice dodge from Nothing to Say. Another kill goes his way, Cinderin. This is quite possibly the best that I've seen him have this tournament. This is God tier status right now.
Yeah, he's had enough of playing DP. Now it's time to go.
It's like, all right, we gave you. I mean, do you know if the DP, the one that they lost against Secret, is that the only other time they picked DP?
I don't know if it was Nothing to Say playing it or Faith Beyond. I actually don't remember, but I know they played it in that game. I don't know if it's the only other DP game they played. That's for sure. Cuckoo is
LGD
looking scary if you're a T1 fan, just because of how insanely fast a game like this can go with a this kind of a start. You know, it's not just Ember. He's playing with IO.
Yeah.
So you get that extra mana funnel all the time. It might not seem like much to get the attack speed from overcharge, but all of it just adds up, right? It just compounds over time.
This is going to be a big kill for T1, and they find Ame.
Nothing to Say has arrived. He's too late.
Ame has had a pretty good game up until this point. We'll talk about it in just a moment to see if more action comes here as Zephyr. Nothing to Say. Has the empower. There's the Searing Chains. Dodge the Echo Stomp, but will not be able to. Zephyr with the TP out. So, all right, forget about this last kill for a second here, Cinderin. Cuckoo, Venomatch, you talk about one of the big reasons. I know it's not the only reason, but one of the big reasons you pick it in this game is because Ursa has a hard time against it. They just switched lanes, and Ame's had a really good game in terms of farming, all things considered. Was this worth the Veno pick, or is there still more to come that we should look for?
I think this is already concerning. They would have probably liked it to go better than this, but the Veno against Ursa is just a lot different when there's an IO, I think. It's just you have so much more regen coming through.
Yeah.
So that extra bit of move speed and overall mobility in lane really helps. Oh, nothing to say. He might just kill Whitemon here, honestly.
The glimpse, but it's out, stuck inside the kinetic field, but does not matter. Nothing to say. Completely dominating. 7-0. This is going to open up space for Ame to get inside the roach pit. Has the Morbid Mask going for the Diffusal Blade. This should be a freebie. 12.5-minute Roche. Depending on how long this game goes, we might see 10 Roches. Can we get to double digits? Never.
To say that, why are you suddenly thinking 10 Roches?
I don't know. I get really excited by Roche. I feel like he's underappreciated by the masses. His lore is very interesting.
All right, you get 10 seconds to find a new drop from Roche after Refresher Shard and Axe.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's not a new design, you're just putting an item on it.
That's what's already being put. All right, Refresher droppings.
Okay, what does it do?
It's like a worse version of a Shard.
Why would the 5th one get that?
But then if you get all 3, Ags, Shard, and Ags, Shard dropping, it becomes Exodia.
Okay.
Which is like a Mega Ags. Okay. A Gaben level spell, if you will.
You cannot complain about any of my suggestions ever again.
Great. Spirit Vessel on Cuckoo.
I can't do worse than. I actually can't come up with anything worse.
Well,
so.
That's what we thought about the Aghanim Scepter on Lycan. But Slacks is a genius. So Cuckoo had the Spirit Vessel Syndrome, but like you said, it doesn't have any charges. That's definitely an issue. Hasn't really been participating in a ton of fights right now. With the finger of death and the nice continuing to happen with nothing to say changed.
Again, Carl's voice line usage is just not like, you just got burst.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm sure he just random whatever voice line.
Of course. It's just funny that there seems to be an emerging pattern of Carl's voice lines just not necessarily fitting the situation. I guess that's a good way of keeping morale high, laughing at your own misery a little bit.
Yeah.
That one fits a lot better.
Yeah, that's
I like
a little
that.
better. Yeah. He had to search for. He probably just binded that now, just to make sure he could use it.
It's like, do I have to lecture you against verb inflection once again now?
All right, Diffusal picked up by Ame. I'm just gonna fire. That's an old school one, actually. You're gonna ignore your insult again. Nothing to say.
You never learn from it.
Just creating so much pressure for T1.
Nothing to say,
This would be if they could find nothing to say right now. This would be pretty big because he's getting close to finishing BKB.
Last year.
But yeah, the Plague Ward's giving that vision. Spectral Dagger.
The Purge Creep, by the way, will be very helpful against Veno.
Yeah, that's true.
That the little Satyr Vanisher is going to follow them around here, being controlled by Faith Beyond, or well, whoever he has shared control with, of course.
Even hard.
The Aegis. I mean, what is LGD? What's their timeline here? This is a lineup that wants to finish earlier, I would assume. They don't want Spectre to get ultra late game.
It depends. Like if you have strong map control and you keep pushing all the lanes and you find kills frequently, I don't think your lineup is severely worse late game. You have 2 BKB piercing stun from the Magnus.
Yeah.
Lion is always going to be a late game wildcard hero because of how strong disables just are. And IO, one of the best late game supports too. So I'm not really too I don't think LGD should be too concerned with it. On paper, Storm Spectre look amazing. Veno often falls off kind of at some stages, and unfortunately for Cuckoo, he hasn't really ever had a massive impact in the game yet.
Yeah, it just hasn't been any fight yet, which, to be fair, that hasn't really been an actual team fight. It's been kind of scattered. I mean, nothing to say, just all over the map, essentially, with the IO support.
Yeah, and he has the BKB Orb of Corrosion, right? So you can really tell that LGD have an understanding here of what is the one problem we have is if we get caught by spells. Yeah, so a lot of the times, Embers in this position will not go for the straight BKB, but get like a Maelstrom or another build-up item. But he feels like he has enough damage with just the Empower and the Orb of Corrosion, and with this BKB, he's honestly invincible. If he gets it off, he's never dying while that's running to this lineup. So, kind of enter God mode. Yeah.
And with this Aegis, I mean, I'm guessing there's no pressure from LGD to try to use this Aegis in any specific way. Just continue with map control, try to get some objectives, but you don't have to go ham, so to speak. Of course, Spectre is getting close to Ags here. You think they're going to try to do something with this 40-second timer?
Maybe if they find a fight bottom in the relocate here, they could consider diving T1, but I don't think T1 is even going to give them a fight for that T1 tower. I think it's just going to concede it here. They know that they're in a very disadvantageous position right now. And once Aegis is out, you have a little bit more of a clear plan, I think, for a fight.
Doing the although Jin Q takes it. All right.
Dire's
pops a BKB. TP's coming as well. Cuckoo gets off the Gale, not really going to hit anything. But they did. I mean, that's actually pretty big. They forced out that big BKB charge for nothing to say.
That was a great disengage from T1. Is under attack.
They get the BKB, they back off. They also got the relocate, and the Aegis also expired there. So, kind of weaving around the fight, but at the same time also a little bit concerning that you have this lineup and you feel like you can't fight, right? Yeah. You really want to fight with these heroes. Oh, 21 Savage, he's being ironed.
Yeah, there's the Earth Sphere to start things out. Ame on the way. Down. Finger of Death gets the finishing blow.
Didn't even get a chance to cast the dagger. He just died in the stun hex combo. Ursa has so much damage.
Yeah, LGD on the same page again. And I think more than any other team in this tournament, it just feels like they make so little mistakes that...
And so few.
So few mistakes. The fact that a non-first English language person is correct me, it really makes it sad.
First English language person, yes.
Oh, God.
It is I.
End me, please.
Yes,
I don't remember what I was saying. What the hell is it? Oh, they don't make many mistakes.
True.
So the opposing teams haven't really found much of an avenue to try to take advantage of something like that. It just feels like they're, I don't know. I don't want to say invincible because obviously they lost game 2, but even with that massive, massive disadvantage they had in terms of net worth, they still made it a game, which is really surprising.
Faith Beyond.
The Action Scepter being used for 23 Savage, so still has Haunt online.
And they instantly smoke again. I actually think Faith Beyond saw that. I don't think the vision had faded just yet when they blew that smoke, so... This means PSGL have the information, and they can make a very clear call about where the smoke is meant to hit. Right? It's not like there's one option. So they're already positioning themselves very well. You can see they're just standing still on both Lion and Ember, covering the angles, waiting for T1 to try their luck. But T1 seems like don't really fancy that smoke too much after all. Kind of just not going to do anything with it, except did they even place any vision with it? I don't think so. So kind of ultimately just a full-on wasted smoke of deceit there, unfortunately. Aside from the fact that, well, LGD were standing still for a little bit as well. So you traded off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Understanding खेल रहा है आपको बैटरी दो ठीक है.
Finally have some spirit vessel charges in there, so something.
मतलब गेम बैकग्राउंड में चल रहा है.
The Jin Q IO, who he does have.
गेम नहीं मतलब.
We'll see if he gets something.
Stream background चल रहा है लेकिन.
I mean, he could go Greaves, I guess, to try to dispel.
बता दीजिएगा जब next match चालू हो.
Vessel charge. Not sure if that's even in the consideration right
Lotus, I think, if he wants that, it's probably.
What happened to Greaves? We're not seeing that nearly as much these days.
Yeah.
Can't remember what the nerf was.
Yes,
scanning.
Putting you on the spot, Sid.
What are Greaves?
That's true.
जैसे.
All right, Faith Beyond company smoked up. You can see Ame has just picked up his BKB, and speaking of that, nothing to say pops his second charge. So another good bait from T1. All right,
get it.
Yep, no skewer this time. And we are at the 21-minute mark. Picked up for anybody in the game, and you obviously saw the impact of that, even though they ended up losing for Faith Beyond with that Magnus.
And even though this move from PSG LGD doesn't really get them any kills, they get control, right? They bully the enemy team out of this outpost area. They start setting up for Roche control, which is going to spawn right now. Why we'll see that. And I think, okay, this is a really crucial moment for T1. This has to work. If they lose the second Roche with no contention, they're not in a good position at all.
Yep. And Nashard almost certainly, if they get it, will go to Ame. One of the best shots in the game for sure.
Very, very good.
This is the beauty of having Venomancer. You get that vision with the Plague Wards in it. And obviously, Elder Titan we talked about last game. So this won't be a freebie for LGD. The Roche is getting relatively low. Just waiting for the right time to pounce. Haunt still, literally every spell is online. So it's all about the timing and execution here. The haunt. No, that was the shadow step.
Nice job from Zephyr there. He actually, and from Cuckoo, they distracted Ame so long.
Oh, and there's the RP. Can they burst him in time? Walking the layers, absolutely again. Is available for Carl though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that the Fury Swipe stacks fall off if you kill the enemy mid. Yeah, you can just go again.
Continue to try to dodge these really annoying echo stomps. Will they force the buyback or will it just be given up? Looks like they're just giving this up. So second row the way with the shard.
Radiant's
which
middle
he's not
tower
actually
is
putting
under
in his
attack.
inventory yet. There we go. No, this one's way too good. This is
very,
top 5
very
shard in the game.
It is very.
Every time he overpower or Earth Shocks, he will get an enrage for a second and a half.
Yeah, I remember when the shard came out, you rated this the absolute best, I think.
Well, it was 2 seconds or more. I can't remember.
Was it 2 seconds?
It was better before, yeah.
That's crazy. I think the cooldown of Earthshock might have also been lower than.
Yeah, they nerfed that aspect as well.
Okay.
So there have been slight nerfs, of course, but still extremely strong. I mean, just being able to preserve your ult, because so many times we see Enrage popped, and then everybody backs away and tries to kite Ursa, whereas you have more options now.
It's kind of... I'm looking at the scoreline right now, right?
Wait for it, man. Static Storm after the actually used the Shadow Step, but
Middle tower is under attack.
they force out a ton of TPs for LGD. Nicely done from T1, baiting that.
Yep.
Of course, it did cost Static Storm.
A big rotation.
Sure, all is well.
Isn't it weird for you to see Ursa so far ahead on the net worth with 0 kills? I feel like that's such an uncharacteristic Ursa game nowadays.
Power time, I guess.
And power and just the overall, you know, they got rushes, they got towers. I was like, I wonder what his game is. He's 0-2-4. Ahmed's just been farming a crazy amount because of the map control this game, but the kills, more or less all of them going on nothing to say.
Also, I picked up Fey Grenade. That's actually not too bad. It gives them the extra movement speed, and obviously any additional procs of your passive is going to be very nice to have, especially at range for a melee here that can get kited so easily.
Carl is setting up top, but this play doesn't really exist. He can't solo the Ursa. He's just going to leave.
Yeah, and this lead is just continuing to balloon. So 8K now for LGD. So you can see their win probability at 73% currently. But T1, I mean, they have options. We talked about the high ground defense of Elder Titan. Spectre is obviously god tier late game, same with Stormtrooper. The only question mark really, in my mind, is we just haven't seen a ton of this hero in this patch. Is Faith Beyond? That was there, but...
And let's keep in mind, we saw a game of IG versus Spirit with what Spectre Storm can do when they're doing well. If you do equalize this game somehow, there are so many ways of finding kills with these two heroes together. Once the Spectre gets the Aghanims, which he obviously has, but they're just unfortunately too far behind to really take initiative right now.
As LGD getting whatever they want, so still 3 tier 2 towers existing in each respective lane, so they're going to have to get through those. And in terms of their tower which is not good for LGD. That is one saving grace for team when you talk about high ground defense, plus the fact that you don't have a real tower hitter, per se.
Well, it is going to take a little bit long. They will get a siege creep in here now, though. If they have glyph, they can get
Nothing to say, taking that one, although Ame did find one earlier, Sinern, so finally getting rid of that goose egg.
Goose egg?
Goose egg, yes.
Ah. Radiant's top tower is under
attack. I haven't heard it called that much, I think.
I am a boomer.
No doubt about that.
I always have some TP's top. 23 Savage. A lot of mobility for him.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Will be a difficult kill. Just popping the Shadow Step constantly. It's only a 30-second cooldown, of course. Why? Glimmer? Oh my god, if he finds
Savage here.
Oh, he glimpsed for a second. Oh, the horsey! Not enough, not fast enough. But he does force out Haunt,
Radiant's
which is a
middle tower
huge deal.
is under attack.
He used the Shadow Step just to kind of harass and be annoying. But yeah, I'm sure he's regretting
Dire's
that one.
bottom tower is under attack.
And now with Haunt down, well, I was going to say LGD is going to try to force something, but Aegis is running out now. And, I mean, even with that second Aegis, they haven't gotten a tier 2, but still, not the end of the world, because they're just farming the entire map, and the lead is continuing to...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Need to clean up these pesky plague wards that Cuckoo's going to keep placing. Like his itemization, by the way. I think the halberd force staff is very good this game.
Yep.
You want that against Ursa. You need a repositioning tool, and you need the disarm. So.
Just so sure
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to force out the BKB from nothing to say, but he's not going to get baited this time. 2 times is enough for him. And now that the Aegis is gone, we'll see if T1 will try to force something, especially with the advantage in a 5v4 right now.
Comforting,
like you said,
gold given.
Cuckoo, I mean, his farm is pretty decent. I mean, Venos do get relatively farmed. Force staff in addition to everything else. Thank you. Glimpse.
Just felt like saying it. Heard the sound.
Yeah.
What did he actually glimpse?
He's going to be brought down in quick succession. Next on the list, LGD showing their prowess right now. Continuing to destroy everybody in his wake. Cuckoo, the third death in this engagement. LGD winning this game in spades, and they're not remotely close right now.
T1 just ultimately, they run out of patience. They just really want to try something, so they go on the Ember, but there's not enough in the tank. And again,
23 Savage. Faith Beyond's going to run into him. There's the Yule setup. As the clicks into the horn. Ultimates on the top. They all have them. Other than Io. Which thank you for correcting yourself. Technically correct.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you for specifying that.
Thank you, Cinderin. I just want to make you proud one day.
Oh, you're definitely improving right now. Thank you. Didn't take much, but...
Just not screwing up is an improvement.
Dire's bottom
as they,
tower has fallen.
LGD finally get a tier 2 tower. And we can see that next Roche, we won't know for another minute when it will spawn. And Faith Beyond still ready to go with the RP. Has nothing to say, is 9-0-6. Has the Aghanim Scepter, obviously BKB. And I believe that's a refresher that
he's close to that one too. His just raw burst against any hero that isn't BKB'd.
Io, thank you.
Now he's dead. He's dead.
That's a heal.
Oh, he's actually gonna get him!
Heal him, mother.
Nothing to say, and this is turning into a rout. You can see the
Mar gaya heal, mother.
but it's not really gonna happen, Cinderin. Venomancer is gonna end up being cleaned up here. Actually, Pop was not used. Where were those
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I have no idea.
I think he shadow stepped in,
shadow
Manta,
stepped
and
out.
left.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
Either way,
Dire's
this
middle
is
tower is under attack.
we believe we have a DPC term for a game like this.
Shellacking?
GG है इनको लग रहा है.
Gaben level shellacking?
Thank you.
Okay. You impressed me.
Dire's structures
There's 3
are
levels to the
fortified.
Gaben level shellacking. Did you know that?
Oh, there's more levels.
There's
than that.
just regular Gaben shellacking.
Dire's
Then
middle
there's
tower is
Gaben's
under
mustache
attack.
shellacking.
Dire's middle
And then the
tower
top
has
of the
fallen.
top is Gaben top shellacking. Yes. The OG secret
Qualifies.
game was definitely a Gaben top hat shellacking.
Top hat.
Yeah.
I want that as an emote so bad now. All of a sudden, Gabe wearing a top hat.
I'm patenting
Can we
that one, by the way.
please have that? Thank you.
I'm patenting or copywriting Gaben's name for myself.
I think you'll get away with it.
Are scanning.
I seems like an easygoing guy. Yeah. Satanic now online for Ame. Already seeing the basher come to where that was literally a kill because of a bash.
Yeah.
Into the Roche pit they go. That's going to be a refresher shard Roche, which that will almost certainly go to Faith Beyond. You can have the double refresher for nothing to say. And down he goes. He actually pops the BKB. Huh. I guess he didn't want the Haunted to steal all the goodies. Makes sense. RP. Oh, I hear the RP. We go into the grave.
How much closely you've been paying attention. When was the last thing something good happened in this game? Is it A, 10 minutes ago, B, 15 minutes ago, C, 20 minutes ago, or D, 25 minutes ago?
I'm gonna say 10.
Okay, I am checking. The last dot on it's about 10 minutes ago. Thank God. They killed Lion.
Thank
Good
God.
call.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a rough one for T1.
Absolutely annihilated.
But keep in mind, this is not the tournament line on the line. If T1 were to lose this, they will face up against the Alliance, and LGD will continue on to play the winner of VG versus BP, which, regardless of that outcome, if that ends up being the case, will be a really hype one. BKB now online for Faith Beyond.
Dire's
and onto
middle
the high
tower
ground
is
potentially
under
built
attack.
here soon for LGD. Swiftblink next on the list for Ame's Ursa. So you can see, still not a whole lot of building damage, but they can kill heroes like none other, Syndra.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a solution right now for T1 for how to approach a fight. So since they can't deal damage to the BKBs, you need a way to poke these 3 BKBs the enemy cores have, reset, and then re-go. I think it's gonna have to come down to some sort of crazy static storm that they get set up through maybe an Ag Storm Vortex.
It's been 10 minutes since he died, apparently.
Yep.
So it was
reset the counter.
Something good happened for T1.
When did T1 kill last?
The tooltip
is now 0.
Relocate is coming, but he's going to zip away. Probably not going to be so lucky. And the bash ensures the kill for Ame.
Going to be relocated back here to the mid lane.
You know what they could use is a leveler. Drill that drop. That might be the best item to get for PSG LGD right now.
Up to the high ground.
Indeed. Spectral Dagger with the Gale. That's going to be a freebie for the kill on Cuckoo. Does have buyback. We'll see. Poison with this game.
Dire's middle tower.
I'm glad it's crafted, whether it's better than before.
Right now it's it looks like they'll get this Rax and
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
difficult to defend. So that's the short online for the IO. That is true. With the BKB.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks is falling.
Lại ra, lại ra, lại đảo rồi ra. Ao, cho thằng này đi, vài bo đi.
GG.
Great pickup by Jin.
captured in the flame.
James, all right, into the skewer. This is going to be a dieback.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
LGD absolutely crushing their way to a game 3 victory here. 5 versus 3, as we see the shadows. Still has buyback. And now they're building.
कितना स्क्यूअर करेगा ये? कितना स्क्यूअर करेगा? कितना? कितना स्क्यूअर करेगा? वही तो. Full heal.
Yeah, full resources on every hero except Lion, missing a little bit of mana.
Dire's top
And that is 2 full sets of racks down.
Wow.
This or this is maybe mustache level. Mustache level. Yeah, this is mustache level. I mean, they do have 9 kills.
IO ultimate healer नहीं है.
Nothing touches the heart. Venom arguably
हमें एक बात पता है आयु का सीलर भी एक हीरो था लेकिन टेस्टिस नाम था उसका टेस्टिस है ना टेस्टिस पता है ना क्या है टेस्टिस गोटे है ना उसका टी हटा दो ये सेम लिंकिंग करता था हील करता था अल्टीमेट हील्स फिर नर्फ कर दी नर्फ कर दिया
when LGD are on, they're on, man. That was just not even close. Like
correctly
T1, they had to try to find some.
ब्रैकेट प्रेडिक्शंस में तो 4 करेक्ट है फैंटेसी में तो अभी तक कोई पॉइंट्स नहीं मिला है क्योंकि जो लोग को सेलेक्ट किए उन लोग का मैच नहीं हुआ अभी तक कर्नाटक ओजी और वीची अभी वीची वर्सेस वीपी होगा
Eve tomorrow.
शेड्यूल तो फिर कर्नाटक का और आज ओजी अभी का मैच में 3 करेक्ट हुआ ये अपडेट किया
given. And I think that's what made LGD super cool this game.
And nothing to say, Jenkins, you were particularly impressed with him because the lanes were pretty much won totally by him. Or at least he had a lot of impact.
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, you could argue that the rotation from Lion towards the mid lane, I mean, obviously that does help out. That is an LGD thing. They do that a lot, these like super early rotations, pre-5-minute rotations. But then immediately, there's this huge play by T1 bot, and I was thinking, like, this is a really good play by them, genuinely. They showed up with, like, Storm Spirit, they baited in onto Cuckoo, but then nothing to say is just like, well, you know, I'm super high-level mid, I'm coming in. He did the Remnant play that Aoi was talking about, where he gave himself this option to potentially burst. It turned out it was a good burst situation, and he gets a triple kill. And then the whole game from then on, it basically meant that Ursa and Magnus could just run around farming together as two, while Ember and Io just ran around killing everybody. Ember's the type of hero that when you pop off, you can like legit 1v5 with just a little bit of help. And when it's an amplifying hero like Io, well, you take this hero that can 1v5, then a hero that amplifies that, and you can 1v10 at that point.
Tsunami, LGD, looking like the best team in the world, so.
Yeah, and I think T1 actually did push them to the limit, actually. I think them being so stompy in this game, I don't think they wanted to have to show Nothing to Say Ember in this good of a form. They played him twice during the group stage, but it wasn't like, as AUI like to call it, a Siggy. It was a Siggy for him, a signature hero on occasion during the DPC, but now you've exposed it on the main stage. Everyone's watching these games because there's nothing else going on. There are 4 group stage games. You can't focus on it all, but here, one day maybe there'll be a crowd watching it as well, but every other team is keeping their eye on it right now, and now they're like, we can't let him get last pick Ember, especially if we don't have any disables.
Yeah.
Well, if you did miss the first game of the day, we've got a couple of highlights from it to talk about now. The first one being Snapfire and the double cookie. Tsunami, talk us through what's going on here.
Oh my god, Xingqiu is a surgeon on this hero. every single time, it's not even just like his cookie placement. He will get the shard and he will get multi-hero stuns on that Scatterblast every single time. And this is them just dancing around 23 Savage's Morphling in this first game, which this was the most competitive game of the entire series, I think. The second one was great with all the 10 diebacks, but it was game one that really showed that T1 was ready to show up in this series.
Oh, this is the game too. This is the 10 buyback team fight. There were so many team fights. It's quite hard to keep up.
Which 10 buyback team fight? There was a few of them at that point. Was it the one where there were 4 items on the ground in Roshan and an Aegis snatch?
10 buyback team fights at the International 10. It turns out they're like buses. They all just turn up in the same series. So it's hard to tell which one was which, to be honest. But what a series. Okay, yes. Now looking at Yatasha, I'm reminded that this was...
It was